senior police officers, several politicians of various political parties.
Right.
In that case, he had requested that the FIR should be quashed. So the quashing of the FIR plea as well as the anticipatory bail plea both will be heard tomorrow at the High Court post lunch. This is what we have come to know.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Nihal Kidwai reporting there from Bengaluru. Moving on to the NEET, in fact, story where the protests have now erupted over the controversy. Allegations of paper leak, foul play has emerged, and the opposition has demanded sacking of the National Testing Agency boss. Now, Education Minister has backed the agency. Dharmendra Pradhan has said that there is no information of paper leak. He has also said the Supreme Court has ordered re-examination for some students. Meanwhile, the Congress and the allies have demanded a judicial probe into this entire matter, along with the sacking of the National Testing Agency chief. Listen. All right, meanwhile, we also spoke exclusively to DMK MP-elect and former telecom minister, has reiterated Tamil Nadu's demand for exemption from NEET amid the controversy over shoddy results. The state had no entrance test for nearly a decade for its medical admissions.
Right from day one, Tamil Nadu has been opposing NEET, especially the DMK party under the leadership of the MK Stalin. In fact, our leader, Udayanithi Stalin, has been protesting for several years to do away with NEET. But the union government tried to belittle us by saying that this is one to a particular state of Tamil Nadu. Today, we see the evils of NEET spreading across India. In fact, in Rajasthan, in Kota district, several students, more than 26 of them, have committed suicide because they are unable to face the pressure of NEET. And the Rajasthan government came up with a wonderful plan that since the students were hanging by the fan, they decided to put springs on the fan so that they can avoid the suicide. But what was done, really done, to ensure that the evils of NEET has been eradicated? Today, we see that in Supreme Court, the union government has come forward and said that the grace marks given for 1,560 students will be taken off. So the issue is resolved. How is it resolved? What made them give the grace marks? And the funny thing is that in all the previous years, 3 or 4 students will get centum in NEET. But this year, the number has gone to about more than 63 and above. And it is quite surprising that the NEET question paper was leaked a week before the examination. A lot of malpractice has been happening across the country, and especially in the northern states. This is the reason we said NEET is not necessary. We want to do away with NEET. We've been trying to point out that NEET is an evil on the society for the very reason that right now, if a student has to pursue a medical career, he has to go to the coaching centers and pay a FT fee to get into the coaching centers and do his NEET. And where are these coaching centers? Only in the cities. There are no coaching centers in the rural areas, and the rural students are not able to afford. And in fact, the number of aspirants for medical students in rural areas is coming down drastically, which will have a great impact in our country in the future. In future, we'll have doctors only from the urban centers who will only want to work in the cities, and no one will be willing to go to the rural areas. In fact, we feel that enough is enough. Enough children have died because of NEET. The union government should not be arrogant. And please, let's go back. It was that NEET is producing excellent doctors. In fact, a student need not do the 3 subjects, physics, chemistry and biology. He just can take 1 subject and still pass NEET and do a medical. It's not that the capitation fee has been eradicated. In fact, the annual fee for the medical colleges have increased 10-folds or 20-folds. We request that union government to get down. Please look at future of our students.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी।
We believe that no inquiry can be a just and fair and comprehensive inquiry if the inquiry is headed by the NTA themselves. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
Right. At this moment, in fact, this has erupted into a huge controversy. It's still, despite the Supreme Court orders, there have been a lot of people, those who are not happy with this order. Moving on now, Chandrababu Naidu has taken charge as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He offered prayers before taking charge as the Chief Minister. Naidu signed a file at the Andhra Pradesh Secretariat and, in fact, came back to power after this massive victory of the NDA in the recently held assembly and, of course, the Lok Sabha elections. Now, Naidu now becomes the fourth-term Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He is in alliance with TDP, Janasena and the BJP in this entire 175-member assembly, in which the alliance won 164 seats. My colleague Uma Sudhir now joining us with more details at this moment. Uma, of course, big day for Chandrababu Naidu, a change of government, and how has he set forward his agenda, the priorities that he is going to focus on in the next few days?
Yes, indeed. He started the day with a darshan at Tirumala, where he had in fact gone last night itself along with his family. And then he came to Vijayawada and visited Kanakadurga temple at Vijayawada. And then in his own office, he prayed to the Balaji image there and then went into his office. And after signing the file, taking over charge as Chief Minister, as promised, he signed in fact on 5 files. One was the DSC, which is the District Selection Commission, which is about recruitment of teachers, about 16,000 jobs of teachers in the districts, in the government schools. That's what he signed the first file on. Second one was on Land Titling Act. A lot of campaign had happened around the Land Titling Act, saying that the government's attempts to kind of use all the documents and the information regarding the ownership of lands could result in them losing their lands, in inheritance of lands, etc. The entire campaign had worked very, very powerfully and effectively for the NDA. And yes, now the Land Titling Act has been scrapped. The third one was on increase of pensions from 3,000 rupees to 4,000 rupees to all those who are eligible in the state itself. And the fourth one, in fact, was again talking about the skill census. That was something that was promised by Chandrababu Naidu. That is something that they have now implemented, saying that we will have a skill census first in the state, and then we will go around finding out what kind of gaps are there in the state which need to be now filled. So Chandrababu Naidu implementing his 5 promises, the signs on the 5 files that he had, and the beneficiaries were also along with him. Of course, he's going to have quite an onerous task in front of him. He's running a coalition government that is expected to be politically pretty smooth, and the kind of a mandate that he has had. But now the real work will start about negotiation with the centre for the funds, because the large perception is that he has agreed for 2 ministries, as in a Minister of State and a Cabinet Minister at the centre, and he's rather hoping for a big chunk of money to come in so that he can fulfill the promises that he has made to the people of Andhra Pradesh, and also, of course, build Amaravati, get national project status for Polavaram and finish that project. All that certainly on his agenda. Back to you.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But द क्वेश्चन इज कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप यूपीआई के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, लेट्स से यू डोंट गेट इंटरनेट सिग्नल एज वेल, समटाइम्स ऐसा होता है, और आपको अगर वहां पे यूपीआई से पेमेंट करना है, हाउ वुड यू डू इट? गाइस, द सिंपल आंसर इज कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी यूपीआई से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं इफ यू जस्ट फॉलो द फॉलोइंग इंस्ट्रक्शंस। सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#। जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे, *123#, *121#, फॉर ऑल आर बैलेंस चेक इंक्वायरीज। तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं, उसके बाद यू कैन फॉलो द प्रॉम्प्ट्स और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका यूपीआई आईडी या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना यूपीआई पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं इवन व्हाइल यू आर ऑफलाइन। It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well, क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है। So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया। Tip is very useful, याद कर लो।
Is the centre looking to crack the whip on airfare fluctuation? Well, that's the indication that the new aviation minister has given. Union Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that he's going to review the airfare issue. TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu took charge today of the aviation ministry. He's the youngest minister in the Modi cabinet 3.0. He has said that the government will focus on the ease of travel and for the comfort of the passengers. Let's listen in.
Well, definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices. But like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man. And it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said, Hawai chappal se Hawai jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
Let's hope he succeeds, because definitely a revolution is expected in the aviation sector. It has to become more affordable for more people. We are a country of 1.3 billion, and if there is a sector that needs complete transformation and more affordability, it is the aviation sector. So definitely much will be dependent on whether the government will be able to ensure, for example, the aviation turbine fuel taxes on that are reduced or completely given a go-by, because that's something that is taxed on a regular basis, and that's what makes the cost of fares extremely high. So it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how airline industries respond to the new civil aviation ministry and what can the ministry do, because after all airlines today are privatized, be it Air India, be it Indigo, be it SpiceJet, and the list carries on. So how will they do it? They can do it only if the various policies and various measures are taken, and in particular the fuel which runs those aircrafts, the taxes are reduced on that.
Moving on to Karnataka, where the sensational murder case has completely shaken the Kannada film industry with the arrest of leading actor Darshan and his partner Pavitra Gaura in this murder case. Now, interrogation of actor Darshan is underway. Chilling details have now emerged from the murder investigation against the actor. Now, the remand copy details how deceased Renuka Swamy, who allegedly had sent some lewd messages to actor Pavitra Gaura, was tied up and beaten with wooden sticks by Darshan and his associates.
Sensational revelations have come out in the alleged murder of Renuka Swamy, in which actor Darshan is an accused along with his partner as well as 11 other people who are his aides as well as his fans. Now, this is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swamy This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. So this is what happened on the day of the alleged murder, where from Chitradurga, Renukaswamy was kidnapped, taken here, allegedly killed, and then his body dumped nearby. Now, of course, post the murder, post the incident, 3 people had confessed to the crime before the police. In fact, they had said that they had killed Renukaswamy due to financial disputes, post which, of course, police found their version suspicious, and therefore further interrogation revealed that Darshan was behind the crime, and in fact Darshan was enraged over Renukaswamy sending lewd messages to Darshan's partner that angered him, and therefore he conspired to allegedly kill this man. And therefore he in fact asked these 3 people who are his fans and aides to own up to the murder in return for rupees 5 lakh each to the 3 of them who had in fact confessed to the crime. So multiple revelations coming out, of course several CCTV footage being checked, which showed his car in fact leaving this particular place. Another CCTV footage taken days before the incident, which also had Renukaswamy working in his pharmacy in Chitradurga. It was just a couple of days before the murder, and therefore police at this point looking at all the angles, trying to understand the circumstances leading to the death, the sequence of events, were there more people involved, and is there any more reason or rather a stronger motive for him to commit this act. So at this point, of course, CCTV is being examined, phone records being checked, all the financial transactions are also being looked into, and multiple people, including friends and family members of Darshan, his female friends and other aides, are being questioned. Of course, they are being interrogated at this point. 6 days of police custody, post which they will be presented before the court once again.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
NDTV exclusively speaks to DMK MP-elect Kanimozhi on the NEET controversy. She says that NEET has skewed the doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu. Advocates scrapping of the policy. Education Minister reacts to the Supreme Court's decision, backs the National Testing Agency. The Dharmendra Pradhan says no information of paper leaks. Concern over multiple terror attacks in Jammu, 4 attacks in 4 days. Prime Minister speaks to NSA and the Home Minister reviews the security situation. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge of his ministry. The youngest in the Modi government says will review airfares.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, you would feel your
In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiraling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh government has said it does not have the surplus water to send to the national capital a day after the hill state had promised to release water for Delhi and the supply needs to go through Haryana. Supreme Court had directed the Himachal Pradesh government to release 137 cusecs of surplus water to the national capital and had asked Himachal Pradesh government to facilitate the flow. The court today had said that the drinking water shortage has become the existential problem in the national capital. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party's Minister Atishi has appealed for more water from Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. She has said that even though multiple teams are involved in making sure water is not wasted, but she has gone on to also say, however, these steps are not enough as the water is being stolen in Haryana.
Rising mains जो main pipeline है, उसका मैंने पर्सनली जाकर अक्षरधाम मंदिर के पास के एरिया में उसका इंस्पेक्शन किया. 1.5 किलोमीटर की पानी की पाइपलाइन में एक बूंद भी पानी नहीं बह रहा था. ये मैं आपको क्लियर कर दूं कि बहुत जगह ऐसी अफवाहें फैलाई जा रही हैं कि बहुत बड़े स्केल पे लीकेज हो रहा है. ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है.
Ma'am, today, the Delhi government has filed a status report and there they have said that they cannot take action on the water mafia because it is happening on the side of Haryana. What do you have to say?
Mere absolute excuses. I say this with tremendous amount of responsibility. It appears that from what Atishi ji said today in the press, it seems as if she was justifying the presence of the illegal tanker mafia in Delhi. I want to know, it almost seems as if they are in cahoots with the illegal tanker mafia. The Aam Aadmi Party government had filed a petition before the Honorable Supreme Court of India and Supreme Court came down heavily on them. Supreme Court asked them, what are they doing about the water wastage in Delhi? They are doing nothing. 40% of water in Delhi gets wasted because of desiccating infrastructure of the Delhi Jal Board. The Aam Aadmi Party government has been governing Delhi for now a decade, but they have not paid attention to the infrastructure of Delhi Jal Board at all. Supreme Court also scolded them on the operation of the illegal tanker mafia, and the Aam Aadmi Party only had a string of excuses and nothing more.
Right. Let's just discuss this a little bit more because, it needs to go beyond the war of words. People of Delhi are suffering. Harish Khurana of the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining me at this moment. I'm also being joined very quickly by Priyanka Kakkar, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Thank you to both of you for being with us. Priyanka, let me ask you this. The court was very harsh yesterday on the government. It said that, give us a list of what you have done as far as the water wastage is concerned. Beyond the, blame game, what is happening at this moment so that the people of Delhi do get some relief?
Hi, Nitin. Hello to you and all your viewers. Nitin, Ankit. Ankit, one thing I must clarify. You talk about yesterday's order. We submitted a detailed report of what all measures we have taken in Delhi. The problem, the BJP is trying to politicize this issue, bringing up the tanker mafia, which we very well agree is a serious problem. If it exists, an action should be taken. But, it is the prerogative of the BJP to take an action on the tanker mafia if there exists any, because the law and order, the police comes under them. We have been requesting them. It's good they have deployed some people now, but this is solely, law and order and police is solely the responsibility of the BJP. If a tanker mafia exists, one is that. Secondly, what happens is that, even if this theory of tanker mafia is taken on face value, at best, there are 10,000 tankers deployed by the Delhi government, which includes the private and the government tankers, and 10,000 tankers together can carry, say, about 4-5 cusecs of water. And this stealing, if it is happening at any place, will only be about 0.25%, which is not the shortage of Delhi. The shortage that Delhi faces currently right now is about 50 mgd, which is million gallons. That's a lot of water. It cannot be stolen. So this water, the Himachal Pradesh government has also consented, is ready to give to Delhi this 137 cusecs of water, which was previously...
But today they have taken a U-turn. They are saying that we don't have surplus water to give.
No, so there is another catch to this, Ankit. What has happened is that they are giving from their existing share. They don't have surplus water. They are saying we can spare 137 cusecs from our existing share. They're ready to give this. Now, as our systems and canal systems and drainage systems are designed, the reservoir is only at the Hathni Kund barrage at Haryana.
Right.
So Haryana has this water. They have to release it to Delhi, and BJP should stop doing this dirty politics.
Just
If
hold
the
on to that.
monsoon is delayed, this is only a stop. I must also mention this is only a stopgap arrangement, because the monsoons are delayed.
Right. Just hold on to that thought. Let me get in Mr. Khurana on this. Mr. Khurana, respond to what Priyanka Kakkar is saying. She says that, there is too much being made of the pilferage and, of course, the water tanker mafia. And even if that exists, it is the duty of the police, which comes under the Home Ministry, to, in fact, check on this water mafia.
Ankit, two things. I think Priyanka Kakkar don't know what the actual fact is. Fact is 54% of the water is either being leakage or being waste, unaccounted for. That's the actual fact of the Delhi story is. And since last 10 years, Arvind Kejriwal government has not taken even a single action on that. Today, Priyanka Kakkar, my friend from Aam Aadmi Party, is saying कि हमारे अंडर तो पुलिस आती नहीं है जी. Since last 10 years, how many campaigns have you launched against tanker mafias? Not even one. They are having a habit of passing on the buck to each and every time. They are in a habit of that. Today, 1,050 cubic water has MGD has been released by Haryana government since quite long, which is excess to what their share is. Yet they're not arguing with what the Haryana government has said. Himachal government has said. Couple of days back, Himachal Pradesh CM has on the record said that we have released the water. Today, their own government council has clearly said in an affidavit that we don't have excess water. That means they have told the lie to the whole country and to the Supreme Court. They will not argue on that. Point number one. Secondly, my point is from Priyanka Kakkar. Before elections, Arvind Kejriwal used to come and say, मैंने एक letter लिख दिया जेल से, and Atishi, please take care of Delhi people. Since last 15 days, people of Delhi are facing acute shortage of this. Where Arvind Kejriwal letter is? Because Arvind Kejriwal and whole government is taking revenge from Delhi people for not putting for them. That's the actual fact.
Okay, hold on to that thought, sir. Let me get Priyanka Kakkar. Priyanka Kakkar, I have one very straight question to you, and then I'm going to ask a straight question to Mr. Khurana. It's been 10 years that you have been, almost 10 years that you've been in government continuously as far as the national capital is concerned. Even after 10 years, if the basics to the people are not being provided at the peak of the summers, it has been a brutal summer. Who should the people go to? Or is it just that the government will come out and say that, the BJP is not letting us do our job?
Ankit, I'll tell you that we have always made provisions for water. There is no problem. Now, what has happened this time is because of the heat wave, unprecedented heat wave, which can be a different debate why this drastic climate change is happening in the country. But because of the heat wave, what has happened is that our demand increased. The water is allocated between different states. For example, in the northern belt, the water flows through, say, Chenab, Jhelum, Indus, Ravi, Bias, and Satluj. So all the northern states, there's a upper Yamuna river board which decides which state will get how much water. There is a Munak canal. One channel of it provides 1050 cusecs of water. Yes. But even that has now dropped to 850 cusecs and even lower yesterday. Okay. So this This cannot be pilferage. 250 mgp is not pilferage.
Honestly answer me this question very quickly. Don't you think at a crisis like this, when the people of Delhi are facing, this is the time when you need a chief minister who is available 24/7? Isn't this the problem at this moment the people of Delhi are facing with the chief minister behind bars?
The chief minister also cannot go to Himachal and Haryana and tell them to release the water which they are supposed to release, which is meant for Delhi, which the Himachal Pradesh government is ready to give to us. The chief minister is running the government fine.
I'm sorry, I'm just coming in here. I wanted to, go to Harish Khurana as well, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this moment is leaving. He is, in fact, getting on board the plane which is going to take him to Italy for the G7 summit, where India is a special invitee. Remember, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister in his of taking over as the Prime Minister of the third term. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit after he takes over as the PM for the third consecutive term. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, is representing India, and India, of course, is a special invitee for the G7 summit, which is taking place in Italy at this moment. And my colleague Vishnu Shom is in Italy. Very quickly going across to him. Vishnu, Prime Minister has, in fact, is on his way. He has embarked that aircraft and will be flying for Italy. Just bring our viewers a sense of how important this entire summit is and the role that India is going to play.
Well, the Prime Minister now about to depart for Italy. It'll be about an 8-hour flight or so, about 11:30 p.m. Tonight is when he's expected to land over here. He's going to have one full day of hard work over here. That's tomorrow, before he returns to India day after tomorrow. India's presence, this G7, is very, very important. India has been invited over here for the 11th time as a special invitee. India is otherwise not a part of the G7 group. But remember, India is seen to be increasingly the voice of the global south. Also, India as an economy is now the world's 5th largest. India's economy is larger than Canada. It's larger than the hosts, Italy and also France. And this is significant because remember, Ankit, the G7 was formed initially as an economic grouping, but of course, since then speaks about several issues. This time around, the big one will be the Ukraine war.
Right. Vishnu, as you were speaking about the Ukraine war, India has played a very crucial, in fact, role as far as balancing their act is concerned, with initially a lot of pressure from the West for India to take sides. How do you see, India fitting into the largest discussions as far as the Ukraine war is concerned, and also on Gaza?
Well, I think that's an important point. Remember, Ankit, India is not drawn into any one power bloc. And I think the strength of India's foreign policy has been the fact that we are non-aligned. The word non-aligned is no longer used. It's possibly considered passé. But India is no longer part of any, or is not part of any power bloc. And in the context of Ukraine, we are excellent friends with Russia. We are excellent friends with Ukraine. The Prime Minister has repeatedly spoken about the need for hostilities to come to an end. At the same time, we've got a strong economic relationship with Russia, where oil imports do continue. But at the same time, there's been a long-running relationship with Ukraine, not least of all, for example, when it comes to education of thousands of Indians who study over there. There has also been a strong desire for the war to actually come to an end. Now, there has been a hope, certainly among Ukrainian leaders, that Prime Minister Modi is able to reach out to President Putin and make a change and make a difference. But whether that actually takes place or not is still unclear. It's not happened thus far. But India is seen as an independent player and an important player in various blocs around the world, certainly in the G7 bloc as well.
Vishnu, before we let you go, there will be, of course, important business agenda also for the Prime Minister. What are the bilaterals that you are expecting on the sidelines of the G7 summit of Prime Minister with other world leaders?
Well, a couple of important ones. Firstly, there will be a bilateral between Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Meloni was in India for a state visit. Before that, she was in India for the G20. The two leaders have a strong working relationship, and I think there is a sense that the India-Italy strategic relationship needs to be enhanced in many ways, certainly economic. So that's number one. But there is a great deal of speculation on what may or may not happen should Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, come across Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, Remember, India's New Delhi's relationship with Ottawa is at a historic low, given our concerns about Khalistani separatist activities on Canadian soil. But whether there is an effort to actually bring that relationship up to a right keel, India and Canada, both strong democracies, is something that needs to be seen, for us to be sure of. But will this be at that starting point? We'll have to wait and see. I fully expect Prime Minister Modi to meet the US President Joe Biden as well. Many of the G7 leaders would be congratulating the Prime Minister on coming to power for a third time, being sworn in as Prime Minister on the third occasion.
Vishnu Shom reporting there for NDTV from Italy on this big summit. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you from southeast Italy. The Prime Minister will be over here in the Apulia region, where he's a special invitee for the G7 process. What's the G7 meeting all about? And the significance of this visit by Prime Minister Modi, his first since he was sworn in for a third consecutive time. We'll be bringing you the very latest details of what exactly the Prime Minister will be doing, the meetings, the important engagements, and the message of foreign policy that India is trying to send.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Right. In fact, let's move on to the other stories that we are tracking at this moment. It seems that the NCP versus RSS battle over Maharashtra debacle. Praful Patel has responded to an opinion piece by RSS leader Ratan Sharda in Organizer, which is largely seen as the mouthpiece of the RSS. In this, he has said, and I quote, Maharashtra is example of unnecessary politicking and avoidable manipulations. Sharda, in his piece, has insinuated that ally Ajit Pawar led BJP's reduced tally and also the reduced brand value. NCP maintains that the article by Mr. Sharda is personal opinion. He clarified that all is well in Mahayuti and the two partners are in sync. Today, Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar, filed her nomination for the Rajya Sabha by-election from Maharashtra. This after Praful Patel declined an MOS offer from the BJP. The NCP chose Sunetra as Mahayuti's candidate and informed Shiv Sena and the BJP about their decision. Both Chief Minister Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis were not present at the meeting when the decision was taken. Remember, Sunetra Pawar lost the election from Baramati, the prestigious battle that took place in which Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, defeated her in the Lok Sabha elections.
हम सब लोगों ने हमारे जो अलायंस पार्टीज है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना, उनको भी सूचना की कि हम हमारे इस उम्मीदवार का अर्ज भर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये बाई इलेक्शन है और बाई इलेक्शन में मेजॉरिटी से इलेक्शन होता है, इसलिए हमारे जो मित्र पक्ष है, पार्टनर्स हैं, उनको हमने इन्फॉर्म किया. Any article appearing from a gentleman who may have some reason to be a post holder does not make that person the ultimate responsible person to decide on the politics of the alliance in Maharashtra or anywhere else for that matter. If by that same yardstick, if the RSS chief has spoken something, does that mean that applies to whatever is happening in the government of India today? It is not the question. Some issues can be raised by people in their individual capacity. That does not make any difference in the alliance. Our alliance is here to stay.
मैं बिल्कुल नाराज नहीं हूँ. मुंह पे दिखता है कि मैं नाराज हूँ. सब ठीक है. देखिए, वो फडणवीस साहब जो है नासिक गए हैं और हमारे जो सीएम साहब भी ऐसे ठाणे में कुछ प्रोग्राम अटके हुए थे. कोई बात नहीं है.
It seems like the Maharashtra politics has changed into the game of chess, as we can see different characters popping up every day, and there is a new thing which is coming up in this entire political situation, which has started from last few years. We had seen many parties splitting up and then just starting a new game in this entire Maharashtra politics. Now the Bharatiya Janata Party, NCP, Ajit Pawar alliance and the Shinde Gath, the Mahayuti, have some issues within them. So now the fight is between the NCP Praful Patel versus the RSS, as there was a small thing which was said by the RSS member that after joining NCP, the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost his credibility plus has lost his image due to merging with NCP Ajit Pawar group. But Praful Patel right now is saying that there is nothing like that. It's their personal views, and that's why there is nothing which has happened with inside the Mahayuti. But there are certain things which is happening inside Mahayuti. There has been a particularly major thing which has popped up from last few days. Is something wrong with Mahayuti? Because looking at the Lok Sabha election results, there are many things which was not according to the Bharatiya Janata Party or Mahayuti which they wanted in Maharashtra. There were many loopholes which has came out, and still we are also seeing many things which are popping out. But in this entire situation today, Vidhan Sabha nomination has been also filed by the Sunetra Pawar, the wife of Ajit Pawar. In this also there are many things which has come out. Chhagan Bhujbal was not happy because it was not asked within the party that Sunetra Pawar should go for the Vidhan Sabha and file her nomination. As there is no opponent, she is already the winner from the Baramati Vidhan Sabha seat. But there are many situations which has been created inside the Mahayuti, and it seems like there is something wrong within this Mahayuti, within Bharatiya Janata Party, NCP, Ajit Pawar group, and the Shiv Sena Mahayuti have something inside that they need to solve before the Vidhan Sabha elections.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today chaired a review meeting of the situation in Jammu and Kashmir after 4 terror strikes in the last 3 days. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. The In fact, Prime Minister was given a full review of the security-related situation of the Union Territory and counter-terror operations being undertaken by the security forces. Sources have told NDTV, Prime Minister has asked the authorities to deploy the full spectrum of armed forces counter-terror capabilities. 4 terror attacks have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, and they pose a huge challenge for the forces and the government. Yesterday, a fresh encounter broke out in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district, leaving a soldier injured. It was the second attack in Doda and the 4th in the Union Territory in the last 96 hours. Remember, on June 9, terrorists launched an attack on pilgrims in a bus in Riasi district, leaving 9 people dead and 30 others injured. A day after, an encounter broke out between the security forces and terrorists in Kathua region as well. Nazir Masoodi joins us with more details at this moment. Nazir, how does this all translate on the ground? What are the changes as far as the security grid that we are seeing at this moment after these 4 attacks?
Well, Jammu and Kashmir DGP Mr. R.R. Swain has said that there are efforts to actually destabilize Jammu, and terrorists are trying to create situation like what Jammu witnessed between 1995 and 2005. It was really mayhem, I remember. So he said that these efforts are to create that situation, but they are preparing their response to give befitting reply, and they said they will kill these militants one by one and finish them the way people, security force with the help of people have done when Jammu was completely destabilized for 10 years. But over the last 20 years, 2 decades, this region remained peaceful. But again, we see attack after attack, 4 attacks in 4 days. It is not just these 4 days, but for last now almost 3 years, Jammu is increasingly high on terror radar. As we have been reporting, in Poonch Rajouri alone, since October 2021, 39 army soldiers, including paratroopers, have been killed, also officers. 20 civilians have been killed. Now we see the spike soon after the elections, 4 attacks, first attack on Yatris, which clearly shows the intent, to which point they can go. They can go to any extreme, kill innocent people because of their faith, create communal disturbances. But police say they are determined to wipe them out with the help of police, and police have also said that since Pakistan has failed to lure locals to create disturbance in Jammu and Kashmir, they are inducting their own, these citizens, training them and forcing their entry into Jammu and Kashmir to, cause this disturbance. So the police is also, police security agencies, there have been a lot of meetings to how to deal with the situation. There's already a lot of security force deployed in the area. But now the areas which have been chosen by militants, by their handlers, and clearly would be security force would be now hard pressed. There would be a challenge how to get more troops into these areas which were free from militancy, because already you have a large chunk of paramilitary forces, army are deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, and when you have the situation along the line of control, line of actual control, so managing both is just not an easy task. But the police are saying they are determined to wipe them out, and if they say it is a challenge, there's no denying that it is not a challenge.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Nazir Masoodi reporting there from Srinagar. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you from southeast Italy. The Prime Minister will be over here in the Apulia region, where he's a special invitee for the G7 process. What's the G7 meeting all about? And the significance of this visit by Prime Minister Modi, his first since he was sworn in for a 3rd consecutive time. We'll be bringing you the very latest details of what exactly the Prime Minister will be doing, the meetings, the important engagements, and the message of foreign policy that India is trying to send.
Brought to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this function.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Actor Darshan case, NDTV accesses remand copies. Deceased was tied, locked up, beaten with sticks. In fact, actor Darshan assaulted the victim before he killed him. That's what sources have said. And of course, Darshan offered 5 lakh rupees for the cover-up. Supreme Court cancels scorecards of 1,536 students who took the NEET on the 5th of May. Politics peaks over NEET mess. Union Education Ministry has backed testing agency. Dharmendra Pradhan, the Minister of Education, has said that there is no information of paper leak. NDTV exclusive with Kanimozhi, DMK MP. Kanimozhi on NEET Rao has spoken to NDTV. She has said that NEET has skewed doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu. DMK has said that scrapping NEET is the only way forward. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaves for Italy to attend the G7 summit. Most powerful leaders roundtable to be held in Italy. Concerns over multiple terror attacks in Jammu. 4 attacks in 4 days. Prime Minister speaks to NSA and also Home Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also reviewed the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister has told officials to use full counter-terror capabilities. There are some sensational details that have come out in the actor Darshan accused in a murder case. Kannada actor Darshan Togudeepa, who has been arrested in a murder case, has allegedly asked 3 other men to take the blame for the crime in exchange of cash. That's what police said today. In fact, the actor who was arrested on Tuesday offered the men 5 lakh rupees each to implicate themselves in the case. NDTV has also accessed the remand copy, which says that he assaulted the victim before he was killed. The body of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy was found in a drain at the Sumanalli Bridge in Bengaluru. In fact, it was a food delivery agent who had alerted the police about it. Now, what led to this murder? The investigation is going on, but what we know so far is that Renuka Swamy had allegedly sent obscene texts to Darshan's co-star and girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. The online harassment and use of objectionable language are now being probed as potential triggers for this ghastly murder. But there are other changes that have also happened today. The investigating officer probing the murder case was also reportedly changed. Now, the actor here, Darshan, is not new to controversies. He is amongst the well-paid, highest paid actors of Karnataka, and his popularity in the industry seems unparalleled. However, he is no stranger to controversies. His off-screen image took a huge hit in 2011 after he was arrested for assaulting his wife, Vijay Lakshmi. But what are the events that led to the alleged murder of Renuka Swamy? What stopped Pavitra or Darshan from actually lodging a complaint with a cyber cell if he was actually threatening them with messages? Is this a case of toxic masculinity? Where does the investigation stand now? Renuka Swamy, who was allegedly beaten to death by Darshan and his associates, was also one of his staunchest fans. Is that something to show that the nature of fandom in India is changing? How is social media influencing personal and public lives of celebrities? That's what we will try and understand tonight. But first, let's take a look at this report by my colleague Radhika.
Sensational revelations have come out in the alleged murder of Renuka Swamy, in which actor Darshan is an accused along with his partner as well as 11 other people who are his aides as well as his fans. Now, this is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swami. This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. So this is what happened on the day of the alleged murder, where from Chitradurga, Renuka Swami was kidnapped, taken here, allegedly killed, and then his body dumped nearby. Now, of course, post the murder, post the incident, 3 people had confessed to the crime before the police. In fact, they had said that they had killed Renuka Swami due to financial disputes, post which, of course, police found their version suspicious, and therefore further interrogation revealed that Darshan was behind the crime, and in fact Darshan was enraged over Renuka Swami sending lewd messages to Darshan's partner that angered him, and therefore he conspired to allegedly kill this man. And therefore he in fact asked these 3 people who are his fans and aides to own up to the murder in return for rupees 5 lakh each to the 3 of them who had in fact confessed to the crime. So multiple revelations coming out, of course several CCTV footage being checked, which showed his car in fact leaving this particular place. Another CCTV footage taken days before the incident, which also had Renuka Swami working in his pharmacy in Chitradurga. It was just a couple of days before the murder, and therefore police at this point looking at all the angles, trying to understand the circumstances leading to the death, the sequence of events, were there more people involved, and is there any more reason or rather a stronger motive for him to commit this act. So at this point, of course, CCTV is being examined, phone records being checked, all the financial transactions are also being looked into, and multiple people, including friends and family members of Darshan, his female friends and other aides, are being questioned. Of course, they are being interrogated at this point. 6 days of police custody, post which they will be presented before the court once again.
So some revealing details on the sensational murder there. Joining us now is Chetan Kumar Ahimsa, who is a Kannada actor. We have Priya Chetty Rajagopal, founder of Multiversal Advisory LLP. We have Sanjay Sahai, who is the former ADGP Karnataka and cyber expert, and also Saloni Sharma, who is a member of the SRK universe. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you first, Mr. Chetan Kumar, here is a fellow actor who is now accused of murdering somebody, a fan actually. And he's also seen as the most challenging star. That seems to be something that people seem to be calling him. He's called Dasa Darshan or D-Boss. So clearly this is an actor, with clearly, an exalted image of himself, and he's also very popular. How do you see this case, especially when you see the controversies that surround his life, be the domestic violence case, or the boycott by Kannadiga media, or even for that matter, the violation of Wildlife Protection Act, and now this murder case. So how do you see something like this happening to Darshan, who clearly enjoys an exalted sense of popularity as well?
Darshan is a very big film star in Karnataka, but over the past 10 to 15 years, he has had consistent run-ins with the law, and ever since 2011, he's even gone to jail, and consistently he has been beating up people either on the set, in a hotel, sending dogs, various issues. But this issue, this murder accusation, is by far the most grave and the most serious allegations against Darshan. And I see this as threefold, if I look at it. Threefold being, number one, toxic masculinity and this manifestation. Number two, in terms of violence and how violence blurs the lines between real cinema fictional and real life. And number three, this exaltation of star culture, which is detrimental to an equalitarian society that we fight for. Number one, toxic masculinity, the fight for the honor of a woman, which instead of, if there were lewd photographs, you could go to the cyber committee. If Darshan mentioned anybody in Chitradurga in the authorities, they would have taken it up seriously. But instead of going by the rule of law, they want this vigilante violence. He wants to show how much he could rescue the honor of his partner or his woman through this kind of violence. And whether it was intentional to murder or intentional to just beat up will come out soon. But this led to this toxic masculinity, which has been seen in many issues, such as Neha Hiremat's issues, Anjali, Rukhsana, and even the pen drive issue, which Karnataka is unfortunately known for. And this is toxic masculinity manifesting in many ways. We need action against that in society too. Number two, in terms of the kind of culture, violence, culture, cinema makes money off of violence. There's big time Kannada films that have made money off of violence. When you're a spectator, you also, when I went to jail, there were people in jail who were saying, I went to jail because I watched your movies and then I committed a crime. So that affects the people, it affects the actor too. And the third is this expectation of star culture, where there's an apotheosis of these film stars who are put on a pedestal undeservingly. Their contribution to the success of a cinema itself is very minimal, let alone their contribution to a good society. So star culture must be eroded and dismantled. And these are all affecting, even there might be psychological issues that have seriously affected Darshan in this kind of thing.
But that's a very important point, because clearly there are limits to the kind of admiration that you have for a celebrity, and the South of India is always known to sort of have larger than life actors. Now, let me ask this question to Priya Chetty. Ma'am, how do you see us as a prominent citizen of Karnataka? How do you see something like this? Because, we've seen in the 90s the kidnapping of actor Rajkumar. I come from the South of India. We've seen Rajnikant. We've seen, Shivaji Ganeshan. We've seen NTR. And Darshan also had, a very popular image about himself. But clearly, like Mr. Himsa also pointed out, there are run-ins with law that he has had. And this, whatever he seems to have done, or allegedly what he has done, seems to be just showcasing that I don't care attitude and I would get away come what may attitude. As a prominent citizen of Karnataka, how is the society looking at something like this?
First, thank you for having me on the show. And it's really horrific to see the kind of damage that is being done. It is also, truth being stranger than fiction is something that's coming out in this particular discussion, because it really seems almost too amazing to believe that something like this would be attempted by a person of that stature and somebody who has that kind of influence. Having said that, the crime is quite horrific. If we had read about it for any, in quotes, normal citizen, we would have been still quite, taken aback, would want justice to be done. So there are three layers to this. One is a crime is a crime is a crime and must be taken and dealt with and actioned and taken to task exactly like it would for any other person. The second element is that as a person of such influence and such a large fan following, there is a large amount of self-belief that actually seeps into certain kinds of celebrities, that they are above anything which is what is meant for normal people. And that, I think, is a big fear. I mean, you look what happened to, if you look at Salman Khan, if you look at anywhere else, I mean, these are things that you understand what fandom can do and twist the minds of people who are actors or celebrities. And the third thing, that as a message that goes out, I think just like has been done in the Prajwal case, there has to be an absolutely clear system of law that is applied. And I think as details are coming out, it's very clear that this is a premeditated, while it's a crime of anger, it's a premeditated, very clearly planned out crime and very detailedly done. And such arrogance to assume that it would, somebody would be able to get away with it. Having said all these things, it is so important for fans to understand that the persons that they respect and admire so much, and all of us have people like that in our lives that we really look up to, are also fallible human beings, and you can appreciate their art without appreciating their, who they are in their real lives. What is worrying me now is the fact that many people are saying that, regardless of what he's done, we will defend him and so on and so forth. So that's a concern.
Now that's very important. Let me ask this question to Saloni. I'll come back to you, Priya. Saloni, how do you see Priya's this very important point that while it is essential that fans also feel that they are part of an actor's life, in terms of admiration, in terms of really praising their art form or just being fans, but many fans also end up maybe thinking that they're actually a part of their lives and they can actually take decisions for them. They can reprimand them for personal decisions that they take. And in some way, social media also plays a role in this, because if you look at this case, it is Ms. Pavitra who posted something with, her picture with, of course, Darshan, and then his wife responded to that, and then this deceased person, the victim, started sending messages, derogatory messages to Pavitra. So clearly, social media has a role to play, but this is also, there is a problem with the thinking that certain fans have, that they actually can be a part of the lives of their heroes and celebrities, isn't it?
Yeah, so not commenting on that, but talking about fans' life and how much they relate themselves with the star, the icon they follow. Yes, you said it right. When they follow the icon, they feel they are part of it, and they completely follow them, blindly follow them, and they feel bad if something bad happens. They feel good if something good happens. And whenever there are some followers or believers which will go as you said, on social media, they'll just start trolling, or just taking out negative trends or something like that in trashing. And they'll also start trolling to the ones who are their stars are against. So they'll just completely put them into bad lights and do this. But talking about, as being a member of SRK universe, talking about this, we are a group of n number of people, and we are globally connected. And as our star Shah Rukh Khan is, he's a big icon. He's pride of India, and we follow him blindly. So following him blindly means doesn't mean that with wrong views will stand up or something. But as he says and as he teaches, he has one mantra, that my fights are my fights and my doings are my doings. You are completely there with entertainment part. So you fans never, he always says to fans, never get into trolling, never put anyone down, be it about other stars only, like there are Khan wars or other wars. So he completely requests his fans that don't ever get into that negative side. And then there are fans who also, if something bad happens, they'll harm themselves, or they'll harm someone else. So he completely stands up against such violences, and to his fans, as well as the ones who are trolling him or who is bad shaming him or talking about them, to them also he requests them politely that be you are a fan of any star or anyone, and you support anyone.
There's a certain responsibility that actors and public personalities have, which is a very important point. Let me go across to Mr. Sahai. So you have been a former cop, and you've handled so many cases like this. Tell us, how do you see the investigation in this case proceeding? Because as a reporter, I feel incremental details are coming out every day, and most of them seem very interesting. And this is a person who has been in controversies in the past, but he also enjoys popularity. I was reading up on some of his movies, watching, some of the clips. He plays this mass leader. His father was famous for negative roles. He comes from a certain family which is known to understand films. So clearly he has legacy and of course family on his side, but he's not new to controversy. So how does the police handle cases like this? Because he also has influence. He seems to have used that.
So we will come to the investigation part of it, but primarily a celebrity who is not able to handle his celebrity status between real life hypnotism and social media echo chamber, and creating a very bizarre cocktail which most of the celebrities don't know how to handle. So that's point number one. The second point is that having landed in such sort of a situation, how does the law and order mechanism and the ecosystem interact and react to it? So one is inside the film industry, his intemperate behavior is known. From 2011 till 2024, whatever is available in the public domain, at least around 5 cases are very neatly cut out and placed before us. But that has been ignored, and when lots of other co-stars are talking about him, they talk about his very good behavior.
Right.
So certainly there is some duplicity involved somewhere or the other.
Right.
Now this dark side of fan culture, which we talk south of the Vindhyas, where it is very iconic and we worship them like gods. We make temples. Literally, we do anything and everything which is unimaginable in Bollywood, in Hollywood, or in any part of the world. That being as it stands, so one particular statement which has really enamored me today, that has come from Ram Gopal Verma. I'm not a very avid follower of film stars and directors and producers, and I have a very little idea of the film industry. But his thing is worth quoting. A star using one diehard fan to kill another diehard fan who was interfering in his personal life is a fit example of the bizarreness of the star worship syndrome. Fan wanting to order how their stars should run their lives is an unavoidable side effect of the same syndrome.
Let me ask a question to the actor here. Sir, you know, you talked about toxic masculinity, which I really like, because that I think is very essential to understand here. Sometimes as an actor, do you feel that the roles that you play, the roles that you portray on the big screen, or even for that matter, small screen, does that also put a lot of pressure on you? Because, you know, I was looking at the roles that Mr. Darshan has played all these years, even in Katera, and, you know, there is a certain sense of playing roles which make him the savior of people, but also give him a lot of importance that I can get away with anything that I do. Is that something that you face? And also this social media scrutiny, because all of this seems to have really happened because there were pictures that were put up, which there's nothing wrong in that, but clearly is there a certain amount, are there any boundaries that actors and celebrities need to have for themselves, so that not really, you know, so that, you know, for their own safety?
No, you bring up a very good point, because when you play certain roles, those roles, without you even realizing it, psychologically also affects you. See, I've played certain roles that have been extremely good, kind-hearted, compassionate roles, which have made me a better person. If Darshan is playing roles that do toxic masculinity, beat up hundreds of people, cover up their murders, and do vigilante violence, that will affect him in different ways psychologically, or he feels he could get away with that in real life too. There is a blurring of lines between fiction and reality. And the idea that star culture, like everybody spoke about, star culture is very problematic, because to me, I hold that film stars are undeserving of even having a fan following because their contributions are so little. So in that way, this exalted status creates its own problems. It goes to the head, it goes, and this inability to handle stardom. And the problem is the film industry, in Kannada film industry, for example, has been essentially mum on this issue. Nobody's taking a stand. Everybody either knows Darshan or in some way says or accepts this reality or is afraid to talk or doesn't have the concern or doesn't have the insight to talk. So no one is actually taking a stand, except the media is doing a very good job, but the film industry is essentially mum. If you cannot self-correct and introspect, there is no way to build a better film industry, to make the right necessary impact on society, and to correct the wrongs that someone like Darshan is allegedly has done, and the black market has created on the film industry and Karnataka society as a whole.
Right. Priya, you know, also tell us, there was a lot of thing about objectification of women, because, you know, I fail to understand when Pavitra and Darshan were facing these messages, you know, we were getting these messages, they did not think that it was actually right to go to the police. Maybe is there a sense of, you know, lack of belief in our authorities, because online harassment is something that women face across the country, but the fact that they could think, allegedly, that murdering a person is probably better than, you know, going and lodging a complaint. How do you see that?
A bit extreme, don't you think? You know, I want to get rid of my problems, so one of the things that I can do is just beat somebody to death. So definitely a bit extreme. But it also is a sort of an indication of how fictional and how you know, far away and unreal sometimes a celebrity life can be, because you live inside a bubble where everything is right and everybody's sort of cheering you on or thinking that you know, there's gold coming out of your mouth or whatever. So there is a sense of unreality, of dislocation with reality that makes you probably do things like this. And what needs to be done to balance it out is have very stringent laws. If you look at any cases, I mean, right now, the Trump case, the fact that he was found guilty of 34 of the crimes shows also it doesn't matter who you are, that the crime, if you've done the crime, you have to do the time.
Okay.
And the get out jail free card that is happening now.
Sorry, Priya, I'll have to go to some breaking news first.
Yes.
There is a fire that has broken out in Chandni Chowk area of New Delhi. 14 fire tenders have been rushed there. The cause of the fire is yet to be known, but this is a tragic incident. A fire has erupted at a shop in Chandni Chowk area. This is in North Delhi. It is seen as an area which has a lot of shops and industrial and of course shops in several markets there. According to officials, what we know so far is that 14 water tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse the fire. And what we also know that there was a call that was made around 5 p.m. To alerting the police officials and also fire security officials about the fire in Chandni Chowk.
कैमरे पे बात नहीं करोगे? कैमरे पे बताना है, बस इतना बताना है कि मेरा नाम ये है, मैं यहाँ पे हमने देखा आज यहाँ से लगी अब पीछे चली गई, बस इतना.
Also moving on, Adani Group owned Ambuja Cements has announced acquisition of Penna Cement Industries Limited at a value of rupees 10,422 crore. Ambuja is a cement and building company of Adani Cement and a part of the Adani Group. The company stated in an exchange filing, and I quote, Ambuja will acquire 100% shares of PCIL from its existing promoter group, P. Pratap Reddy and family. The acquisition will be fully funded through internal accruals. Time for a short break. For news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Platinum. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल
Welcome back. The National Testing Agency, NDA, today announced a retest for the 1,563 candidates who were awarded grace marks due to loss of exam time in the midst of a controversy over NEET-UG results that were declared on the 4th of June, including allegations of a paper leak. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has sought to have clarified some of these allegations. He said that there was no evidence of a paper leak. In fact, the minister's remarks came even as NTA announced that a NEET retest would be conducted for the 1,563 candidates who were given grace marks for loss of time on the exam day. It also said that these grace marks stand withdrawn. As per the decision announced by NTA, the affected candidates will now be given two options, either to accept the score that were originally awarded to them, which is without the grace marks, or reappear for the exam that would be held on the 23rd of June. Now, the May 4th examination conducted by NTA across 4,000 centres for nearly 24 lakh students has been plagued by accusations of question paper leaks and also awarding of questionable grace marks. Now, these allegations had also sparked protests and legal challenges in several high courts and Supreme Court. But of course, the centre had also put in place a committee that examined all these issues. Now, this issue, of course, has taken a political turn. Congress party on Thursday reiterated its demand of a Supreme Court monitored probe into the NEET examination issue, and it asserted that the anger in the country over this matter will also be heard in the parliament. Now, the opposition parties have also demanded removal of the NTA Director General, and they have claimed that the BJP government's attitude towards handling this issue was irresponsible. Of course, government has responded to this and clarified to this. Let's first listen in to what the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan said today.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है. मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया. कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है. एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? कोई एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी. वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी. मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है. ये जो 3 प्रेस्टिजियस परीक्षा होते हैं, नीट, जेई और CUET, इसमें से देश की 50 लाख से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स की हर एक साल अभी एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है. विश्वसनीयता बढ़ी है, इसलिए आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा, और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा. और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो लार्जर प्रश्न सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने है, सरकार अपना मत उसमें से स्पष्ट रखेगी.
Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi is joining us on NDTV to speak about the opposition party, especially the Congress party's concerns with regard to NEET. Thank you, Mr. Gogoi, for speaking to NDTV. You addressed a press conference today in which you said that the way in which the government is addressing the NEET issue is insensitive and irresponsible. Now, the government actually put in place a committee, a high-level committee, which probed this issue. Many people would also say that there has been an option of retest that has been given to students. Why would you say that this approach would be insensitive and irresponsible?
What form of inquiry has the government done before they gave a clean chit to itself? What kind of independent inquiry was done? Because the inquiry was done by the NTA, the very same body which has completely misled 24 lakh students who have given up valuable years of the youth to prepare for this all-important NEET exam. There's been lakhs of money which has traded hands. There have been a nexus of exam centers, coaching centers, and definitely officials in the NTA who have leaked these questions. And the education minister, having taken oath only a few days ago, has given them a clean chit. I want to know how many parents has he met? How many students has he met? What cognizance has he taken of the issue? What are the findings that this committee has got, and can they make it public? So they are trying to shoot and scoot. They're trying to avoid this issue. I'm glad Rahul Gandhiji and the Congress party has taken up the issue of NEET exam, because this affects 24 lakh students. It affects the future of the Indian medical fraternity and the lives of our young people, the hard-earned money of their parents, the mental anxiety of these young students cannot be trifled with. They are not simply taking it seriously. And therefore, the Congress party demands that we want a Supreme Court monitor investigation, because this government is not serious about the lives of these students. The Prime Minister gives examination-related advice on the eve of board examinations. Where is he? Why is he quiet? So we felt that this is an important issue. This issue will resonate the chambers of the parliament when the session convenes in a few weeks from now.
So, Mr. Gogoi, you would be raising the issue in the parliament, that's what you're saying, but would you also be meeting protesters and family members? And what kind of work has the party done to understand the scale and the gravity of this problem?
Absolutely. Our representatives have been meeting parents across the country. Over the last few days, our frontal organizations have been organizing even protests across the length and breadth of the country. We are with the students. No other major national parties' students are with the student fraternity, the undergraduate fraternity, as the Congress NSUI is, the National Students Wing is. And I'm glad that Rahul Gandhiji has raised this issue. And that shows that's the power of democracy, that today, when the ruling party is not being accountable to these people, the opposition, the India Alliance, is standing with them. The ruling party think that they can browbeat these students. The education minister, by giving the NTA a clean chit, is literally calling these students and the parents liars. We've got those audio clips where lakhs of money, 30 lakhs of money is being asked for leaking the paper. There has to be a complete overhaul of the NEET examination system, and the education minister, without having done any inquiry, without having met any student or parents, is quick to give a clean chit because he wants to protect the image of the Prime Minister. So nothing has changed. This is the same government which shoots and scoots, which runs and avoids. They stay silent on Galwan, they stay silent on Manipur, they stay silent on Jammu, and now they're staying silent on the NEET exam. No more. Democracy needs to be visible, accountability needs to be tangible, and that's what the opposition party is going to do with the bolstered numbers of the India Alliance.
Mr. Gogoi, also the NTA has said that this matter concerns only 1,536 students, especially in 6 centers. Now, the center has also said that the Congress is politicizing the matter and undermining institutions now, because NTA is also known to be experienced in handling and also holding examinations like JEE or, for that matter, CUET.
In a democratic country, Vasudha, the opposition party needs to hold the government accountable and needs to raise the issue of the people. If this is politics, this is what a democratic country has. It has parties speaking up on behalf of the people, especially when the NTA is trying to shoot and scoot and trying to pull wool over our eyes. This is not a matter of simply 1,563 students who got grace marks. This is a matter of how there has been major discrepancies in the entire examination process, with around 67 students scoring 720 out of 720, many students who are getting marks like 718, 719, which is just not possible under the current framework. Many coaching centers and examination centers having spread this nexus where students are not able to devote time to their regular school or regular studies. They are giving precious hours. They are burning the midnight oil and pleading with their parents to spend more and more of their hard-earned money. So there's an entire nexus which is simply going to take away the brightest and the best of our Indian student fraternity, and we cannot have that. The NTA, by limiting this issue to simply 1,563 students, shows how they know that they're trying to cover something up. Why were the results declared on 4th June? Only because there should be no brouhaha. We should not hear the outcry and the anguish of the students. Everything should be drowned out in the results of the election. That is why the NTA deliberately released the results on 4th June. There has been mismanagement from the bottom to the top. There has been a criminal nexus operating. That is why paper leak featured so prominently in the Congress manifesto. And that is why we will not let the NTA, the Education Minister or Prime Minister Modi get away with this flimsy excuse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gogoi, for speaking to NDTV. That's Gaurav Gogoi, Congress MP, raising not just allegations but also demanding a Supreme Court monitored probe into what really happened with the NEET examination. Also joining me now is Lavanya Balal Jain, spokesperson of the Congress Party. We have Anurag Naidu, political analyst. We also have Advocate Pugal Gandhi, who's a spokesperson of the DMK, and Ashutosh Srivastava, who's a Supreme Court advocate. To you, Anurag Naidu, first, how do you see the NEET controversy play out, sir? Because, you know, at the end of the day, this concerns 24 lakh students, and NTA is an agency that has been holding examinations like JEE and also CUET. You know, some would say that there is also a sense of panic among students, especially with many opposition parties asking for judicial probe. On the other hand, some people would talk about the exam leaks that have been happening. How do you see this issue, particularly because admission process is going to begin in a few days from now? Medical entrances is really critical in this country, and 700 institutions will be looking forward to having over 1 lakh students aspiring doctors.
Very good evening, Vasudha. I'm glad you're one of the anchors who really showed concern about the timeline of admission. That's very critical. When you go on politicizing, you need to have this check on the timeline. No, I'm very glad, Vasudha, that students have voiced their opinion. And I'm speaking here not just in the capacity of an analyst, but I've been a victim in 2008 in my 12th standard in information technology exam, which has to be supposed to be on a computer. I remember it was Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation, some Maharashtra body that used to conduct this in IT examination, which was to be an optional subject in 12th. We all, the batch of students who gave from one center, ended up getting 50 marks. We never got 50 out of 100. We used to, on an average, get around 90-95 in a mock test. So there was a glitch in the technical glitch, and we could not voice our opinion because I come from a tier 2 town, right? So I understand the pain where the students are coming from. But having said that, to completely dismiss or politicize the issue that NTA kharab hai, that is, you know, taking or conducting over 50 lakh examination, right? 50 lakh students appear overall cumulatively. So, as Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan also mentioned, to say that the entire framework is dismissed is jeopardizing or just playing with the emotion of these 24 lakhs people who have appeared for the examination. Why can't, for once, Vasudha, we all talk about having a pragmatic or a practical approach toward an investigation? Now, what are the genuine concerns? The genuine concern is a paper leak. The genuine concern is the fact that entire examination, the NEET examination process for this particular academic year should be reinvestigated as a whole. Totally accept it. Totally, celebrate this thought process and totally support it. But what I don't support is politicians jumping into the system. Now, we heard Gaurav Gogoi in your show, Vasudha. He mentioned in the next upcoming parliament session, we are going to take it up. So what is the party essentially saying is, the parliament session is going to happen in some time. We will make sure and we will come to the floor very strongly, heavily, and we will ensure that this entire process is dismissed. As a matter of fact, all these 24 lakh students who have appeared, who are waiting for a verdict or waiting for an answer in this entire matter, would think twice before getting into the admission season, because they need to take admission somewhere so that they can start their academic session starting August. Why can't these political parties represent through the lawyers in the Supreme Court, have some activists really do some good discussions, end up getting investigation achieved from the Supreme Court, a holistic investigation, which is in mutual interest? So I don't see there is a comprehensive, really genuine interest people are showing towards the student. I really hate this politicizing this entire issue.
Okay, let me go across to Lavanya. Lavanya, you know, this is not just the question of NEET, because in the last 2 years, we have seen at least 40 exam leaks. But so I completely agree with the Congress party raising this issue. But what would you have to say about the centre's, claim that, there is a certain politicization of this, of NEET, especially happening because NTA here is not like some state authority. It is, it's known to have held examinations in the past. Of course, there could be loopholes. Also, competitive examinations need a rehaul of sorts. We need an alternate model. That's all said. But what do you have to say about possibly, having, an approach which basically believes in dialogue? Or do you think that it's important to get the probe out, understand what went wrong, and then basically decide what's the way forward?
Good evening, Vasudha. NEET has had a lot of allegations leveled against it from day one of the NEET examinations. It was announced. A lot of states have complained and fought against NEET examinations because it puts a lot of students at disadvantage, and it is not a level playing ground for many students. Having said that, this particular instance, when NTA, which has conducted multiple examinations, is not exempt from the allegation that is leveled against it. The allegation is there is somebody within the NTA who must have helped for the leak of papers, right? So you cannot be a body which gives itself, a claim that, hey, you know what, if you are accused, you cannot come out and say, we are not a part of this allegation, right? You cannot, what do I say, give a clean sheet to yourself. That is exactly what is happening right now. And the second accusation is Congress is politicizing it. Let me make it very clear. It is a duty of the opposition party to raise the subject. And if it is affecting the life of 24 lakh students, it is not just about the paper leak. It is about how the marks were awarded to multiple students, and it is not possible in the current framework to be given those marks. That is also a problem. So entire NEET examination that was conducted this time has a lot of loopholes, and all of this must be questioned within the parliament, because education minister, who's just taken oath a couple of days back without meeting any of the parents or students, has been giving a clean sheet for a lot of people who are accused here, right? Which is not fair. It is a matter of our medical fraternity, which is going to come out in 5 years or 6 years or 7 years. It is a matter of 24 lakh students' lives. So, of course, it is the duty of the opposition parties to speak up about it, especially in the parliament. All we are asking, which is a very reasonable ask, is to have an investigation which is monitored by the Supreme Court. We want justice for these students. It's a matter of their lives. It is not a matter of one single exam. It's a matter of this one single exam dictating the entire life of these students, Vasudha.
Right. Mr. Gandhi, we all know Mr. Anant Krishnan's report. I've reported on education in Chennai, and I agree with parts of it, the emphasis on coaching centers, which needs to be sort of really addressed. But, so this is a national level examination. While DMK has always been opposed to NEET, and also to national competitive examinations, we need some of these examinations, right, to at least ensure that national institutions, government medical colleges have some sense of, parity in terms of questions. And all of that cannot be dependent on state board examinations, which are really focused on, like memorizing and, root theories. So clearly there is some merit to NEET, which, I'm sure you will not agree with that. But what do you have to say about all this controversy that's playing out right now?
First of all, I have a slight disagreement with your statement that these medical colleges are national level institutions, because these are all not national level institutions. These are all state level institutions. Point number one. And as far as the state level institutions are concerned, these state level institutions are created from the funds of the state, not from the funds of the central government. And the purpose of NEET is not clear, very clear, because when we talk about the common entrance examination throughout the world, this type of standalone entrance examinations, which are outside the school education curriculum, are being either scrapped. Even, for example, in the US, SAT is being scrapped now. Many universities like Harvard, Yale, or Columbia are not following the SAT for its admission process, because these entrance examinations are created in the so-called false notion of meritocracy, without even understanding the basic concept concept of what a school education curriculum stands for. Because when we talk about the education system in the state, we can classify this education system into three. One is primary level, secondary level, and the tertiary level or the graduation level. The primary level and the secondary level are taught at the school level, and the tertiary level or the graduation level or the college level.
Right.
The purpose of primary level is to prepare the student for the secondary level, and the purpose of the secondary level is to prepare the student for the tertiary level or graduation level. Now, what is the purpose of an entrance examination to be brought in, which is outside the school education curriculum? And if that is brought in, that makes the school education just redundant. How the students can do? So the whole system of NEET itself is class biased.
Okay.
It is only meant for rich urbanized students from the upper class people. That is what the opposition which we have. And today's incidence is a very clear incidence that NEET is not sacrosanct. It is also yet another entrance examination which can be breached. So what is so special about it? Just scrap NEET. That is our demand from day one.
Okay, let me ask this question to Mr. Srivastav. Mr. Gandhi is pointing out something very important. This has been the DMK's consistent position that NEET and several nationally competitive examinations focus on some false notions of meritocracy, and they are biased towards people with resources, resources to send their children to coaching centers, also kind of money and also social and political capital and economic capital mainly. And they are sort of biased against rural children, rural students. So that's of course something that we have known. But Mr. Srivastav, how do you see this as a lawyer? Because clearly, like Mr. Gandhi said, NTA does not seem to be sacrosanct. If there are these problems there, how does the country deal with something like this? And what is the impact on young people aspiring, spending 3-4 years on NEET preparation and getting to know that probably some others went ahead of them because some grace marks were awarded to them?
See, so far as this particular issue is concerned, and we know that, it has not happened to the entire 24 lakh of, students who attended the exams. So it happened only on certain, centers which were affected by some wrong question paper and all. And there was loss of time for which certain grace marks were given. However, when the committee was formed, when the issues were raised that these kind of grace marks should not be given, because the other students should not suffer because of that. And accordingly, this committee gave a kind of a report on which this, matter also went to the Supreme Court at present, which is hearing the matter. Supreme Court took the cognizance and sent the notices to the NTA and also to the central government. Now the government has already filed its affidavit, its reply, in which it has also agreed that, okay, there should be a retest, re-examination of these 1,568 students afresh. So what my point here is that it is something which is not required to be politicized as such. Because see, if certain centers have made certain mistakes for which obviously the government is also taking its all sorts of seriousness, so that the other students and even those students who have attended should not suffer and they get equal opportunities. So I'm sure when the matter is before the Supreme Court is going into the details of the entire issue. And so far as the leak of the paper is concerned, there is no
Lavanya has a point. Lavanya, you want to come in with a point. Tell me.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, under the current framework of NEET examination and the rewarding of the marks, it is not possible to get 720 out of 720, and 67 students have received those marks because there is negative marking and everything. So what about that question? Let's not forget, there is also a question mark about the, marks being awarded to some of the students.
Well,
so
I asked this question to the NTA, and I was at the press conference, and Mr. Subodh Kumar, of course, tried to answer the question that you're asking, and he said, there was a normalization process that was followed, and the grace marks were awarded, and relatively easier questions were set this year. So he did have, of course, an answer to that, but go ahead. That also seems to be a discrepancy which probably this committee will have to address.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, from the beginning, when we are talking about NEET examinations, I think my counterpart from DMK pointed this out. We seem to be forgetting this year that multiple students have lost their lives in the past years when they failed NEET examinations, and it was because they came from underprivileged backgrounds. It may be because they come from villages or because they come from a region which cannot answer the questions in the language the questions are presented.
Right.
So it is putting a lot of students at a disadvantage,
right,
especially students from these states which have a good education index. And like he also pointed out, all of these colleges are state-run colleges. It is not the national resources, all of these colleges. So it is putting the NEET examination itself puts a lot of students at a disadvantage every year. We need to question, first of all, do we even need NEET? We have to go back to the basic question. Poonam, I'm sorry, Vasudha, and I don't think we should ignore that question as well when these allegations are being raised.
Absolutely. But Lavanya, do you think a retest would be able to solve this problem? Because that would also, like Mr. Anurag Naidu was pointing out, that would also endanger the careers of many aspiring doctors. And Mr. Gandhi, would you also say something on this? Quickly, Lavanya first and then the last word from you.
Yeah, I just would like to say, when we are talking about re-examination, then the question of the entrance examination for the medical college comes up, and we are running short of time, isn't it? We do not have time for the students to prepare for getting into the medical colleges.
Mr. Gandhi, what is the way forward, sir? Because clearly a retest may not be the solution, because there are 24 lakh students who have taken the exam this year, and asking them to wait is also not really fair.
We have been consistent from the beginning. The way forward is to ban NEET or scrap NEET.
Okay.
For example, Tamil Nadu is the most developed state as far as the education is concerned. Our graduate enrollment ratio is 52%, which is double the national average of 27%, and which is much higher than even the United States of America, which is at 46%. And we have got 4 doctors for every 1,000 people, whereas Gujarat is having only 1 doctor for 1,000 people. And we have got the maximum number of medical colleges under the government quota, which can educate people from the rural and marginalized section of the society. Now the NEET discriminates it, and the NEET business in Tamil Nadu stands at 5,400 crore rupees.
Right.
That is a business, which means every student who want to opt for NEET have to spend at least rupees 3 to 5 lakh rupees, which cannot be afforded by any
Absolutely, that's a very good point. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. I'm really sorry, we're really out of time. So even as politics plays out over NEET, one can only hope that political parties think of these issues concerning youth and livelihoods in a more consistent manner. That's all we have for you in this show. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप। और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड। क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था। बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर।
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rao. The Prime Minister is on his way to Italy for the G7. The Supreme Court order on the NEET medical exam row, but now politics also breaks out, and the Prime Minister holds a security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir before leaving for Italy. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi en route to Italy as a special invitee for the G7 summit, as world leaders are set to discuss the world economy and war in Gaza and Ukraine. The Prime Minister expected to hold key bilaterals. The Supreme Court orders grace marks of over 1,500 students to be cancelled and a re-exam to be conducted for them. The government says the matter is now resolved, that there was no paper leak that took place, as the Congress demands a judicial probe and sacking of the NTA chief. As the Delhi water crisis continues, the blame game spirals. The AAP government says water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side of the canal, while the BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures. And the Himachal government does a U-turn in the Supreme Court, says no extra water for Delhi. With 4 terror attacks in 4 days in Jammu, Prime Minister Modi reviews the security situation with the NSA and other officials, tells officials to use full counter-terror capabilities. And the high airfares are on the new aviation minister's radar. TDP leader Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge of the aviation ministry and says he'll keep a check on fares, what air travel to reach the common man. And as Chandrababu Naidu takes charge as the Andhra Chief Minister for a 4th time, Amravati land prices spike. Land prices rise after the government has cleared all the uncertainties, as the Naidu government has promised a fresh focus on the new capital.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heading to Italy to attend the summit of Group of Seven, known as the G7, which is likely to be dominated by Ukraine and Gaza ceasefire talks, as well as the world economy. India, which has been invited to the summit as an outreach country, has defense and maritime cooperation on its agenda. Prime Minister Modi is expected to meet US President Joe Biden, and he's also expected to hold a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and other leaders to review bilateral ties. NDTV's Vishnu sent us this report from Italy.
Hello and welcome to Bari, Italy. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now on his way to Italy to be a key part of this G7 process. It's the 11th time that India has been called as a special invitee to the G7 process. The reason this is important and interesting is because India is increasingly seen to be a voice of the global south. The G7 itself was an economic grouping when it began, but the nature of the globe's economy has changed. India is now the world's 5th largest economy. In fact, India's economy is larger than that of Canada, of the host Italy, and of France as well. So India's economic might is something to be spoken about. While he's over here, the Prime Minister will be looking at artificial intelligence. He'll be looking at Pacific Ocean security, Pacific issues. He'll be looking at Africa. He'll be looking at climate change as well, and also important issues of migration. But the key question is whether global leaders will be asking Prime Minister Narendra Modi about the Ukraine situation, because the Ukraine crisis is very much at the heart, at the core of what this G7 is all about. There are important bilateral meetings which are also expected to take place over here. There will certainly be one between India and Italy. Remember, Italy is a strategic partner of India. Giorgia Meloni and the Prime Minister have had an excellent working relationship. The Italian Prime Minister was in India for G20. She was also there as on a state visit. The relationship between India and Italy sees an increased engagement as far as the economy is concerned, military to military ties is concerned, high-tech transfers are concerned, but there is also an old historic connection that people don't talk about. In the Second World War, 50,000 Indians fought for the liberation of Italy from their fascist rulers at that stage. Indian soldiers participated in some of the greatest wars, battles I should say, of that time, whether it's the Battle of Monte Cassino or battles in many other areas of Italy. Today, the Indian community, and there are 2 lakh people of Indian origin, have a big say in the Italian economy. They are a key part of the Parma dairy, the ham and cheese industry as it were. They've had a fantastic role over here. But in as much as these are positive aspects of the relationship with Italy, there are challenges as well. In Brindisi, there is a bust which is under construction of Gandhiji, which was defaced apparently by those sympathetic to the Khalistani movement. India's ambassador to Rome has told us that this is a concern which has been brought up with Italian authorities. That bust has been cleaned up for the moment, but there is that concern about sympathizers of the Khalistan movement being here in Italy as well. In fact, we've seen this in the past as well. But tomorrow is going to be the really big important day as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. He gets here, remember, very late at night tonight. He's here for just 24 hours, unlike other visits where there is often a stadium or an auditorium which is booked out, where he reaches out to the diaspora. On this occasion, there'll be a very small interaction or engagement with the diaspora lasting no more than 5 to 6 minutes. We are here in Italy. We'll be tracking every aspect of this very important visit. Remember, it's the first time that the Prime Minister, after being sworn in, is traveling abroad. This sets the path, the agenda for his foreign policy outreach going forward. With camera person Rakesh Singh in Bari, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Now, the latest on the NEET controversy, the medical entrance exam. The Supreme Court today accepted the centre's decision to scrap the controversial grace marks which were awarded to over 1,500 students who will now be given the option to appear for a re-exam. The Education Minister denied there was any paper leak, but the Congress is demanding a judicial probe and for the NTA chief, that's the National Testing Agency chief, to be sacked.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, the Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from NEET, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy NEET results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
The heat wave is back in the national capital as there's no end to the water crisis and the political blame game is continuing. The AAP government has said that water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side of the key canal that provides water from Haryana to Delhi, and that extra water from Himachal is not being provided. The BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures as the Himachal government did a U-turn in the Supreme Court saying there is no extra water for Delhi.
A day of U-turns and more blame games as Delhi battles a harsh summer and a water crisis. In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiralling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh today said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital, a day after the hill state said it had released water for Delhi. This as yet another round of blame game took place between Delhi's AAP government and the BJP. In an affidavit to the Supreme Court, the Delhi government blamed Haryana again for the water crisis, saying that water theft via tanker mafias was happening on the Haryana side of the crucial Munnak Canal that supplies water to Delhi. The BJP hit back, saying AAP was not interested in solving the problem.
The Aam Aadmi Party Kejriwal government has absolutely no intention of curing this crisis in Delhi. This is not a natural crisis. This is a crisis which has been created and orchestrated by the Aam Aadmi Party only to ensure there is corruption, to fill up their deep pockets, as well as to ensure that the tanker mafia continues to operate in Delhi.
हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस दोनों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंडर आते हैं। अगर वो इन टैंकरों से पानी भरना रोकना चाहते हैं तो वो आज रोक सकते हैं, लेकिन वो राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
After NDTV exposed this water theft at Munnak Canal, the Delhi government has stepped up patrolling along the canal route. But a visit to this crucial water pipeline in another part of Delhi exposed the AAP government's claims of clamping down yet again. NDTV cameras captured water being wasted due to multiple leakages.
We are reporting from Nizamuddin, where you can see that this is a pipeline where there is a leakage that is happening. We are showing you the visuals and you can see the amount of water that is being wasted. This is the drinking water that is being wasted, and the amount, the liters and liters of water that is being wasted here. And this is just one point of leakage on this pipeline. We are showing you that there is another point of leakage on this entire pipeline that you can see, and there are yet another. So there are 3 points of leakage that we are seeing currently here on this pipeline.
Despite all the attention around Delhi's water crisis, the big question, will things get better? With Ishika Verma, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today reviewed the situation in Jammu and Kashmir with the NSA and other officials, focusing on security and counter-terror efforts. This is after there have been 4 terror attacks in 4 days, starting with the day the Prime Minister was sworn in. Now, the Prime Minister discussed the deployment of security forces with the Home Minister and assessed the local administration's efforts with Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha.
Terror has found a new address in Jammu and Kashmir, that is the south of Pir Panjal. Earlier, terror used to strike in north of Pir Panjal, whether it's Kulgam, Shopian or Pulwama. These were considered as the hotbeds of militancy. But in last 4 days, we have seen 4 big incidents being reported from Jammu region, Riasi, Katwa, or the third is Doda. 2 incidents took place in Doda, just stating that how the terrorists are striking at will. Investigations so far have revealed that the terror attacks have taken place. These are all done by fresh infiltrators who have just, infiltrated from across the border. As far as the intelligence agencies suggest, they say that a group of about 12 infiltrators crossed over from Pakistan, and they are responsible for these attacks. 2 have been gunned down, but search operations continue in that region. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting here in Delhi, which was attended by senior officers and also included the National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval. After the meeting, it was decided that full spectrum of counter-terror capabilities would be enhanced in this region. Interestingly, after these incidents were reported, first 3 incidents were reported, a urgent meeting of Unified Command was called in Srinagar, which was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha. After that, a security audit was done of the entire region, and gaps are being filled by security agency so that the level of infiltrations can come down. Interestingly, the army has maintained that no infiltration took place last year. The fact that this year infiltration has again gone up so high, this is again going to be a question which has to be answered by army very soon. When we spoke to experts or when we spoke to senior officers, they say in this area forces were thinned down in last couple of years because this area had become relatively peaceful. No incident was being reported, and that is why the forces were pulled out from this region. In fact, after Galwan also, the entire division was pulled out from that region. Maybe that's the reason why now the terrorists have consolidated their bases there, because this area is densely forested. They also take shelter in natural caves which are there in the upper region. So many difficulties are also there as far as security forces are concerned to carry out an operation in that region.
Now, with the focus in the Modi 3.0 government on continuity, Ajit Doval has been reappointed as the National Security Advisor and P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister with effect from the 10th is what the government announced today. In statements announcing the appointments, the government said they will be coterminous with the term of the Prime Minister or until further orders, whichever is earlier.
Taking forward the continuity mantra, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appointed National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval for a third term. He has also appointed P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary. Both have been given cabinet rank and their tenure would run as co-terminus with the government. As far as Mr. Doval is concerned, he has extensive experience in intelligence and strategic affairs. Doval also in fact plays a key role in formulating and implementing policies. Under his leadership in National Security Council, a key government always relies on them for inputs when they have to decide or take a very important decision regarding domestic and foreign policies or what stand the government would take on any issue. As far as Mr. P.K. Mishra is concerned, he is a 1972 batch Gujarat cadre officer. He handles bureaucracy and has one-on-one relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has been working with Prime Minister Narendra Modi since the time he has retired. He was earlier posted as additional Principal Secretary to Prime Minister during his term in 2014 and 18. He has also been given cabinet rank. Apart from them, Amit Khare and Tarun Kapoor also have been appointed as advisors to the Prime Minister.
TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu took charge today as the new aviation minister. He's the youngest minister in Modi 3.0 government, and high airfares are on his radar. He said that he will work to increase ease of travel and comfort for passengers and wants to make air travel, in fact, within the reach of the common man.
Definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices, but like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man, and it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
More sensational details have emerged in the murder case involving Kannada actor Darshan. The actor Darshan, who has been arrested in this case, had allegedly asked 3 other men to take the blame for the crime in exchange for cash, is what the police have said. The actor, who also beat Renuka Swamy, the deceased, offered the men 5 lakh rupees each to implicate themselves in the case. Here's a report.
Shocking and sensational details are emerging in the murder case involving popular Kannada actor Darshan Togudeepa. The actor, his partner Pavitra Gowda and 11 others are being questioned in connection with the murder of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy after they were remanded to police custody for 6 days. The police investigation reveals that the victim Renuka Swamy was tied with a rope. He was then beaten with wooden sticks in a shed. Darshan had allegedly planted 3 men to take the blame for the murder. But during interrogation, they were exposed. Darshan had offered the 3 5 lakh rupees each. This is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swamy. This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. Also unearthed is CCTV evidence of 2 cars being driven away from the crime scene on the night of the murder. One of the cars is linked to Darshan. Another CCTV video shows Renuka Swamy at a pharmacy in Chitradurga days before his murder.
I'm sure that there will be absolutely no room for any kind of pressures to be put on this investigation, and there is no question of that, because it's a heinous crime. If he is responsible, he should face the consequences.
The police are trying to gather evidence to establish Darshan's involvement in this sinister plot. They are scanning phones, social media accounts, financial transactions and CCTV footage to piece together the details. While police say Darshan was enraged over offensive messages by Renuka Swamy to Pavitra, They're also probing whether there was a larger motive behind this killing. With video journalist Govind Murthy, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV Bangalore.
And finally, with Chandrababu Naidu taking charge as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for a fourth time, Amravati land prices have spiked as the Chief Minister has made it clear establishing the new capital for Andhra Pradesh will be a priority for his government. Aishwarya Jain reports from Amravati.
For the past few years, the future of Amravati as the capital city of Andhra Pradesh has remained uncertain. However, victory of the TDP, Jan Sena and BJP alliance has cleared the doubts, renewing real estate buyers' interest. The recent pronouncements by the state government have indicated a renewed focus on developing the region.
Amravati anangane ollu polakalistundi. అమరావతి రాజధాని పేరు కూడా ఈ అమరావతిని చూసే పెట్టామని మరొక్కసారి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా.
This has instilled fresh hope amongst investors and potential homeowners, leading to a surge in land prices.
So after the CBN came, they are very happy right now. So the land prices increase, I can say as a square feet, that and all, it will be almost double.
The announcement of renewed development efforts has certainly generated a positive buzz. Local real estate agents have reported a significant rise in inquiries and a subsequent increase in land prices.
Now price increase because world-class city increase price.
According to sources, land prices in some prime locations have doubled or even tripled compared to what they were a few months ago. Land prices in Amravati prior to 2019 stood at Rs 25,000 to Rs 60,000 per square yard. After YSRCP came to power, prices dipped to Rs 9,000 to 18,000 rupees per square yards. Now land prices hover in the region of Rs 30,000 to 60,000 rupees per square yard. A renewed focus on Amravati's development has certainly brought a wave of optimism to the region.
2014 में जो अमरावती पैदा हुई बाबू के सरकार में या ज़मीन का रेट 1 एकड़ का 1 करोड़ रहा था स्टार्टिंग 1 करोड़ से उन 5 साल करने के बाद 3 करोड़ तक चले गया 5 साल के अंदर बाबू 5 साल सीएम रहे ना वो 5 साल में 1 करोड़ से 3 करोड़ तक गया 2019 तक बाद में 2019 में जगनमोहन की सरकार आई वो 3 करोड़ का दाम 50 लाख को आगे गया.
The rising land prices reflect the positive sentiment, but it remains to be seen how the state government navigates this growth to ensure Amravati's future as a vibrant and sustainable capital city.
Before 5 years is no development here. So for example, TDP government is God. So there is a visionary leader. So that's what so many people invested to here because he will take some investors like IT companies, any otherwise some like other infrastructure he will develop.
As soon as Chandrababu Naidu took the oath of the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he promised to revive the Amravati capital city project. Soon after that, we have witnessed a sharp hike in land prices of Amravati. Now investors are looking with a great opportunity to invest in the state. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Sheikh Momeen for NDTV in Amravati.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Thanks so much for watching. Coming up on the other side, we take a closer look at the entire NEET controversy. Is the solution in sight or is there just more confusion? Stay tuned.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं because they use the mechanism of bone conduction आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during the summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all the electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil. The nightmare for medical aspirants who gave NEET just doesn't seem to end. The latest in their saga is the apex court scrapping the scorecards of over 1,500 aspirants. They now have to opt, in fact, they have the option either to take a retest, which is scheduled for 23rd, or the results will be declared minus those grace marks that were given. And the results will be declared, remember, on 30th June. And NEET counselling and seat allocation will begin from the first week of July as is scheduled. Remember, among this set of students are those who struggled with glitches during the exams. They faced the stress of lost time. There were also allegations of paper leaks in Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. Students are agitated, understandably so, and here's what played out through the day in what clearly is appearing to be a big NEET fiasco.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, the Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है, मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन, पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक कोई एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा, और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from NEET, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy NEET results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
And joining me now, Vrinda Saroop, a former Secretary of Education Ministry. We also have Sumit Jain, co-founder of Unacademy, and Unacademy, remember, is one of the petitioners in this case. Ashna Jain is a NEET aspirant and Anandi is another NEET aspirant. I'm going to begin with the two aspirants first, Ashna and Anandi. After the Supreme Court's verdict, are you hoping that the entire, the concerns that you had will be addressed? Anandi?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I think I am very glad with the decision of Supreme Court, and I think that it has given the well-deserved justice that many genuine NEET aspirants needed.
Okay, so you are happy with the verdict. What about you, Ashna? Because there are those in various political parties who are of the opinion that there should be a Supreme Court monitored investigation. Some are also demanding a CBI inquiry.
Ma'am, it is a very satisfactory decision of Supreme Court, but we can't just believe the fact that only 1563 candidates were awarded grace marks, because this data has been made public by NTA, which is the same association which didn't even care to mention grace mark concept in their information bulletin. So I also demand a CBI investigation or a Supreme Court inquiry against NTA that to how many candidates grace marks are awarded, and also re-NEET in some states where paper leak has happened.
Okay, but here was the Education Minister, Ashna, who said that there has been no paper leak, that there is no evidence also to say that there has been paper leak.
Ma'am, FIR copy is there of Bihar, Patna, that paper leak has happened there. And many students are also being witness of the paper leak. So I don't think that he can just deny the fact that the paper leak hasn't happened.
Okay. Sumit and Vrinda, come in on this. Here are students who have temporary satisfaction that perhaps there'll be transparency, but in the long run, given the nature of questions that have been associated with it, can NEET be foolproof? What exactly is the solution for future? Vrinda?
I think the basic issue is about the credibility of the exam. And the best thing is to avoid controversy, especially in something which is so fiercely competitive and which requires a level playing field and a full confidence of all participants and candidates who apply. So I think any of these controversies set back the credibility of the NTA. And even in the past, we've heard every year some kind of a little bit of a controversy coming on. So I think a real hard look by the NTA should be done, processes streamlined, the competitiveness and the security which is involved with the exam and the exam papers, all that needs to be relooked, and the
Brinda, will
whole
you also
process
say
needs to be done.
that the larger question is also the unanswered set of questions, which includes on what basis were these grace marks given? If, if the states are saying that there has been paper leak, then how can centers say that there is no evidence of paper leak? So it is playing out at multiple levels. Is this more of a denial?
So I think these are concerns which are coming to the surface. And as a government body, as a body promised to do the fair deal, is for the NTA to really revamp its system. Because grace marks, I agree completely, have no place in a competitive examination, entrance exam system. So grace marks have no place in this. And if it was done, it's a serious lapse. But anyway, the solutions for this have been found. But I think since you asked in the long run, you have to have a credible system where people have faith that they will be assessed properly and the marks without any favor to anybody will be released. So I think it's the systems which need to be restudied and to be made far, far more foolproof. Now, as far as leaks are concerned, Maria, leaks are something which there are ways of stopping that. And when you do large-scale exams like this, especially when there are series of people involved with coaching, etc., and all the complications that it brings, it's not as if the NTA would not know how to handle that.
Okay,
they do it for many other
ma'am, we'll try and fix the video frame of yours in just a bit. In the meanwhile, let me bring in Sumit Jain. Sumit, the Supreme Court certainly, coming up with much needed verdict, and all this is happening only after the centre said that it has decided to cancel the scorecards. But everything is happening only post the student agitating, some details coming out in the public domain. Do you think all these events were best avoidable if it could have been handled in a far more responsible way, given the sheer scale at which these exams happen? 24 lakh students appeared this time around.
Yes, definitely. See, this 1563 students is only addressing the grace marks issue, and that is also being told by NTA that these are the students who got grace marks. But there is no proof and there is no external agency which has established that this is correct. So the biggest problem has been that NTA has not supported the inquiry. They have not been very vocal about it. They have not been empathetic about the student sentiments. And there are a lot of issues. Only one issue has been addressed, but we don't know that has it been addressed. Okay. But if you look at the rank inflation, Maria, that the biggest problem is that today somebody getting 630 marks is not getting a government seat. Today somebody getting 650 marks is not getting a government seat. 67 people getting 720 marks out of 720 is unheard of. Even a 12th class CBSE exam, which is absolutely not as much competitive, you don't get 100% people, 67 people getting 100%. So it has been a mockery. There has been a lot of inconsistencies. The prestige of NEET exam is at stake. We should not do things in a hurry. Right now, what is happening, we are trying to do things very, very fast. 6th of July, the counseling should not happen. We should have a provision. We should ask every student that have they encountered the delay in their paper. We should receive applications. We should do re-NEET, not just for 1563 students, but for everybody who suffered. We should look at the paper leak thing. We should delay
Sumit,
the counseling.
Tell me, do we know for the fact that there are only these 67 students who got grace marks?
So these 67 students did not get the grace marks. Out of 67, 44 students actually got 720 out of 720. 6 students got the grace marks because of time, and 17 students got the grace marks because of wrong question of physics. So this 1563 students, everybody does not have 720 marks, right?
Okay, but Ashna had a point. Ashna, who is an aspirant, she says that she doesn't really believe that there was a limited number of 1,500 students who should be taking a retest because they got grace marks. She is of the opinion that there could be many more.
That is true. That is exactly what I'm saying, that you don't expect a student who is studying physics, chemistry, biology to go to the court after the NEET exam happened, right? There are people in farther areas. There are people who are not very, don't have the right means or right knowledge or right ability to do that. So some students who have reached to the High Court. Then there was an investigation. 6 centers were found having this glitch, but I think there could be more. And that's what the government should actually invite. The Supreme Court should invite any NEET student to come out, fill a petition. Like we got 50,000 students filling up a petition with an academy. So the issue is definitely not 1563 students, Maria. It is a lot bigger.
It's certainly a lot more, because if students like Ashna and Anandi do not have faith in the system, then they are also concerned about their future. Ashna, what next for you?
Ma'am, the paper leak matter should be investigated, and the database of NDA should be checked, that only 1563 students are awarded grace marks, or there are more students.
So who should check the database?
CBI investigation or the Supreme Court itself, because these are the institutions which I have faith in.
You don't have faith in NTA?
No, not now.
Okay.
After all this.
Okay, so, Vrinda, this is a concern. Here is an aspirant who doesn't have faith in the institution. And how will she take the exams then? And why should she believe the marks that is coming from this institution then?
So look, there has to be an agency to conduct these exams. You can't get away from that. But the point that I'm making is that agency needs to improve its systems.
It has to be above board.
Yes, it has to be above board. It has to command credibility in the system. And the precursor of this was the CBSE, which had been conducting this for a very long time. And this has morphed into an NTA setup. There's nothing wrong with that. It's because it's becoming more and more competitive, it needs a special agency. That point is valid. But this agency needs to create a lot of credibility. And it has to streamline and keep reinventing systems by, today technology allows you to be foolproof in the way you conduct such mass, competitive, fiercely contested exams. So you have to be above
So
board.
what will you be telling Ashna and Anandi right now?
So I would say that, in this particular incident, there is already intervention by the Honorable Supreme Court, and the government has been alerted by young people like her and others who back them. So this is going to be a focus for this year to improve. But in the long run, we should be able to see the change, and students like Ashna and all the competitors would have faith and must be able to interrogate that faith and see that everything is above board.
Yes,
so NTA has to step up and really work hard.
Yes, because Sumit, if students are busy protesting and not, because they realize that a system has failed them, and they have to, if they want to be a doctor, then this is the only way out. It is not about any state exams that was there, say, 10 years ago. So they have to be given a solution. The solution cannot be that only 2 students got grace marks, which is completely unbelievable. They don't believe it. When you have states filing FIRs, and here is the center saying that there has been no paper leak, these are contradictory statements.
100%, Maria, that this is, whatever has happened has resulted into the loss of trust, confidence, and conviction on NTA and the NEET exam, which is a very, very big problem, not just for this year, also the coming years. What are we telling our students, our future doctors, who are going to treat you and me? Will we have a trust on that student that has the person cleared an examination which was credible? So we must address and acknowledge the issue, must fix it, not in a hurry. Don't try to put a deadline of 23rd June, 30th of June, 6th of July. This is beyond my understanding. Why are people trying to fast track the entire process? What is the hurry? Supreme Court has a directive that before 1st of September, all the medical colleges have to accept the students. And in some cases, it can be extended till 30th of September. So counseling can be done in August. We have the time. We should take 8th of July. There is a hearing by Supreme Court again. Absolutely does not make sense for us to do a counseling on 6th of July and then give seats to the students and then take seats back. See, it is like we are just making the problem more complicated. We should tell the students, please don't worry, sit at home. We are working on it. We will fix your problem. The problem has been that NTA has not been vocal about it. They have been trying to hide the issues. Still, they try to solve the issue, which is partly 1563 students, which is grace marks issue. They have still not solved that how can somebody at 650 rank get a 30,000 rank, which the person got 7,000 rank last year. They said that competition is higher. See, there are only 14% students, more students this year, and the paper has become 10% easier. The inflation could have been 25% higher. It is 400% higher. Like, I am speechless. It requires a thorough investigation, and we must do it.
Yes, absolutely. Anandi, a word from you before we end this discussion. What are your plans now?
I'll now review like what colleges I can apply for by analyzing the last year's data. But because of such issues, even my rank has shifted behind a lot. Like, I have scored 644, and according to last year's data, my rank should be around 26,000, but this year it is 34,000, around 34,000.
That's
So
a
I would
huge
have to
concern.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anandi, Ashna, Sumit and Brinda for joining us. And joining us now for an exclusive conversation is Kanimozhi, Member of Parliament of the DMK and also the head of the DMK Parliamentary Party. Ma'am, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Your party has been protesting, and you in particular have been raising the issue since 2017. It has certainly become a political hot button, not just in Tamil Nadu but all over India. Today, after the Supreme Court's intervention, a much needed correction has happened. Do you think this is the step in the right direction?
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a small respite to the students, around 1,500 students, who lost their marks because of problems with the QR code and because they did not get enough time to finish their answer paper. But DMK stand is much more than that. We want exemption from NEET. We are not talking, because there is many issues and many problems, like they have multiple question papers, and some question papers are very difficult, some are quite easy. Students from different parts of the country, have to answer these question papers, which are very difficult, and they feel they've lost out because of these multiple question papers, and they feel wronged. Even in my constituency, around 1,500 students are suffering this year because of these multiple question papers. So it's a very complicated and a problem for most of the students. So I think Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, so with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Okay. Talking about this particular, because we are looking at NEET-UG examinations of 2024, the Union Education Minister, in fact, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who addressed press conference just a couple of hours ago, ma'am, has said that there is no evidence of paper leak. And he has also asserted that the Education Ministry will try and ensure transparency going forward. Then why continue to demand scrapping altogether?
This is not actually an eligibility test. It is it's more convenient for any eligibility or entrant examinations. I think people who benefit more are students from cities, because they can go to coaching classes, and it is the affluent actually who benefit out of these exams, and students from rural areas, students who cannot afford to go for coaching classes, they find it very difficult to get through these exams, and it is actually filed against them. So it's not fair. So in Tamil Nadu, we've always, the ratio of doctors per the population has always been high. And our health sector has always done well. But after the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in. And our doctors are doing very well all over the world and in Tamil Nadu. Because of NEET, so many of our students who should have rightfully, got into medical colleges, and especially students from, underprivileged families and rural areas are the worst sufferers. So this is not this is an eliminating examination. It's not an eligibility examination.
Okay. So what is the alternative measure? Because educationists are of the opinion that centralized examination of this nature actually helps students. Because, talking about the sheer number, it's 24 lakh students who appeared for NEET examination this year alone, ma'am.
See, everything cannot be centralized, and you cannot think that is the right way to go. We've had a very good system. We've had excellent doctors, and our health system has been really good without NEET. Because it's always been based on students' marks in their 12th standard examinations. So it was a level playing field. And students from rural areas and Tamil Nadu government, and especially when Dr. Kalaignar was the chief minister, he wanted to make sure that we had one government medical college in every district in Tamil Nadu. I think today Tamil Nadu is one of the states which has the highest number of government medical colleges. NEET was brought in only for private colleges to ensure that students are not left out, and there is no wrong practices in these private medical colleges. We have no objections about private medical colleges. We're talking about leave government medical colleges out of it and give an exemption to Tamil Nadu students who are writing their exams for government medical colleges.
Ma'am, you are a mother yourself, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions that are being asked by students these days. There are a lot of concerns that they have been sharing. But who will own up the misery of these students?
No, that is why our Chief Minister and the Tamil Nadu government is fighting for the need to be, done away with in Tamil Nadu at least. In court, also we've passed resolutions and we've sent it to the Union government, and it's still waiting. It was pending with the governor in Tamil Nadu. Now it is pending with the President of India. And I hope justice will be done to the students of Tamil Nadu.
You are now the head of parliamentary party of the DMK. You'll be leading them in the Lok Sabha. Is that some issue? Is that an issue which will bring various political parties in opposition together, the India bloc together, in demanding that it should be scrapped altogether, that these examinations should be done away with? Mere corrections is not good enough. Fixing is not good enough.
In Tamil Nadu, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu, of course, except the BJP, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu are, even the partners who are NDA partners, alliance partners, are insisting that NEET has to be done away with and Tamil Nadu has to be exempted from it.
My last question, will you be raising this in the upcoming parliament session as well?
Definitely we will be raising it. We have been raising it many times, and we will be raising it, and we will be insisting that justice to be done.
All right, Kanimozhi, really appreciate your time there. DMK MP and head of the parliamentary party in the Lok Sabha, saying that she'll be raising this issue also in the upcoming session of the 18th Lok Sabha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola,
India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. We are coming to you from Bari in southeast Italy. The Prime Minister is on his way now to Italy to attend the G7 summit. It's his first international visit after being sworn in for a record time as the Prime Minister. The G7 is very important for India. It began as an economic grouping. Over a period of time, India's economy has grown. We are now the world's 5th largest economy, larger than the host nation Italy, Canada and also France. What's the Prime Minister's agenda this time around? We've got very special interviews with the Indian ambassador in Rome, also with Ian Bremmer, the well-known analyst. We bring you all the details of G7. Tomorrow is going to be a key day, particularly with bilaterals between India and Italy, and also a possible meeting between the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi departing New Delhi, his first international visit since he was sworn in for a third time. Mr. Modi is headed to Apulia in southern Italy as a special invitee at the G7 meeting, a gathering of the most powerful leaders in the planet. It's going to be a brief visit. Mr. Modi is here for just 24 hours. An aspect reflected perhaps in the size of his interaction with the diaspora here. Unlike massive events in stadiums, there will be a 5-minute meet and greet here in Italy. I'm in Bari, a full 50 kilometers away from Borgo Egnazia. That is where the all-important summit of the G7 is taking place. The reason we've been unable to go over there is because that entire area is off limits for the media. It's been turned into an absolute fortress. But behind that fortress are important conversations which are taking place, not least of all on the future of Ukraine. The US President Joe Biden landing in Italy. His key agenda ahead of a World Peace Summit on Ukraine being held in Switzerland is clear. Arrive at an agreement that sends Russia a strong signal. A $50 billion package to Kiev, financed through seized Russian assets.
We want to demonstrate that the U.S. supports the people of Ukraine, that we stand with them, and that we'll continue to help address their security needs. The agreement will show our resolve and continued commitment. It's unclear at this stage if Prime Minister Modi will be drawn into the conversation on Ukraine, and it remains unlikely that he'll attend the Ukraine Peace Summit, though India will be well represented. Here in Italy, though, India does have a key role to play as a leader of the global south. India has been invited to the G7 repeatedly. It's the 11th time India is participating in the meet, whose key players represent close to 45% of the global GDP and more than 10% of the world's population. Significantly, China is not a member, and Russia was ejected in 2014 following their invasion of Crimea in Ukraine. While the initial agenda of the G7 was on economic issues, talks between the most powerful economies in the world, the overall agenda has changed over a period of time, and that's because the state of the world's economy has changed. For example, India is now the world's 5th largest economy. We are in fact larger as an economy than the host nation Italy, France and also Canada. And India is seen to be an important voice of the global south, which is why India's participation, representation over here is seen to be crucial. Besides key bilateral meetings, including the possibility of one with his Canadian counterpart Justin Trudeau at a time of great tension between India and Canada over Khalistani separatism, Mr. Modi will be focusing on the Indo-Pacific region, Africa, climate change, migration and artificial intelligence. He will of course also look at the relationship with Italy, a key partner nation with whom New Delhi has had excellent relations. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was in India for the G20 summit in October 2021 and was in India on a state visit in March last year. Both countries are developing their strategic partnership. There are 2 lakh people of Indian origin in Italy, the second highest in the EU after the Netherlands. Italy is a member of the India-led International Solar Alliance. Trade in 2022-2023 was $15 billion. Italy is India's 4th largest partner in the European Union. India has an investment of $400 million in Italy in pharma, IT, electronics manufacturing and engineering.
The G7 is an important platform because it has as members the most important and industrialized countries in the world and some of our key global partners. And for the Prime Minister, it's an occasion to reiterate the importance we attach to multilateralism. It's a platform on which he will espouse his vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and also follow up on some of the outcomes of the G20 summit that he had chaired last year. And obviously, we are also voicing the aspirations and expectations of the global south on this platform.
There's also a profound historic association in the relationship that's often forgotten. Close to 50,000 Indian soldiers fought for the liberation of Italy during the Second World War. They fought in some of the most important battles here, in Florence, Bologna and Monte Cassino. In parts of Italy, Indian soldiers are still remembered and honored. The Prime Minister's visit to Italy at this time, within days of being sworn in for a record 3rd time as Prime Minister, sets the stage for his foreign policy agenda. India, as we've been repeatedly saying, is an important voice of the global south. We've had an outstanding G20 as well. Over here, there is an impetus being added to the India story, important conversations. Remember, India is also essentially non-aligned. That word is no longer as fashionable perhaps as it once was, but India is not associated with any one power bloc, which in a sense adds to the respect that India earns around the world as an even player, an equal player, which deals with the major powers in an equal way. With camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom in Bari for NDTV. Ukraine is going to be a key focus in this G7 meet. Will Prime Minister Narendra Modi be called to look at the Ukraine issue? India, remember, has extremely strong ties with both Russia and with Ukraine. What are the other key areas that are important for India as far as G7 is concerned? I spoke to the well-known analyst Ian Bremmer earlier on in the day. With all the G7 leaders now present in Italy, the 2024 summit is well and truly underway. India is a special invitee. The Prime Minister will be over here later tonight. Joining us now to talk about the significance of G7 and India's growing role as well, Ian Bremmer. Ian, thank you very much for being with us. How is the Ukraine crisis center as far as G7 this year is concerned?
Oh, it's utterly dominant in this year's meeting. You have the 75th anniversary of NATO coming up in Washington, and everyone wants to make sure that that does not lead to an erosion or a fragmentation of the commitment of NATO to Ukraine. The war has not been going as well for the Ukrainians recently, and there is grave concern, both in terms of European elections in France, that if in the next few weeks Le Pen's party wins, you will see an end of consolidated support for Ukraine from Europe. And of course, if Trump wins in the US in November, you'll see an end of consolidated support for Ukraine in the United States. So the urgency of providing greater support from the G7 for Ukraine, precisely because time may be running out, the window may be closing, I think that is absolutely job one for the attendees of all G7 countries in this summit. Singularly important.
The US is trying to push through $50 billion in assistance for Ukraine on the basis of assets which have been seized from Russia. How important, again, is this in sort of making the situation in Ukraine viable, as it were? As you mentioned, they've been taking some pretty heavy losses of late.
Well, they have been turning that around in the last couple of weeks. I would say the Russian offensive towards Kharkiv has been stalled. In part, that's because the Ukrainians have mobilized more troops. They're getting them to the front line. And at least as important was the additional amount of defense support after months of delay that came from the United States. That, plus the Europeans are doing more, has actually made a difference. I wouldn't say the Ukrainians are winning, but they've slowed the gains by the Russians significantly. Having said that, everyone is concerned about what this means, not just for the next few months, but for the next year or more. How might you get to a position where the Russians understand that they have to start negotiating, that it's fruitless for them to continue an offensive, that they'll be able to gain more territory. They might be able to overturn the Ukrainian government, which is in Russia's interest. The best way to do that is to show the Russians that there's going to be consistent commitment for Ukraine, not just for the next few months, but for years and years. And that's been a big piece of the reason why they want to take these billions and billions of dollars that have been frozen, Russian assets, sovereign assets by the Americans, the Europeans, the Japanese. They want to use that money and the collateral on that money. They want to use interest on that money to provide defense support for Ukraine. A few months ago, the Europeans were saying, no way that's going to happen. As the Ukrainians started doing worse, as people started panicking more, now they're moving in that direction. I don't think you'll have a full agreement on this at this G7, but we're very close. At this point, I expect that that's going to happen in the coming weeks.
There's also an important peace summit being held in Lucerne in Switzerland within the next couple of days. Is there a serious expectation now that Russia may be inclined to get into some sort of a peace agreement? Is Ukraine ready to get into some sort of peace agreement? I ask this because every second day we continue to see all sorts of threats, the nuclear threat from Russia and Putin once again. They clearly aren't giving up the fighting or going easy on the fighting despite the incredible losses that they've sustained.
Look, right now the reality is this war is continuing to escalate. The Russians are targeting cities in Ukraine. They're targeting civilians. The damage is severe. The Ukrainians are short on air defense. That's a problem for them. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians now have official support from NATO countries to use their weapons to target the Russians inside parts of Russia itself. You also know that soon there's going to be an announcement that NATO countries will provide boots on the ground to train Ukrainian forces, yet another piece of escalation. And in response, we see the Russians engaging in significant cyber attacks against the critical infrastructure in the US and NATO, something that was a red line for President Biden 3 years ago before the invasion into Ukraine had commenced. So, I mean, look, the backdrop here is this is getting worse. And we can talk about negotiations. The reality is the Russians aren't participating and they have no intention of participating, certainly not at a minimum until they see how the U.S. election goes, because they believe that if Trump wins, that life is going to get a lot easier for Russia. I think that's also now true waiting out the French parliamentary elections in just 3 weeks' time. So nobody believes the Russians are going to negotiate soon. The Ukrainians are not prepared to accept that they're going to lose territory. I believe that partition of Ukraine is inevitable. But in recent survey taken in Ukraine just a few days ago, well over 70% of Ukrainians believe that they will be able to take all of their land back. So politically, President Zelensky does not have the ability to say, okay, let's find a way to freeze the conflict, have a ceasefire, we're going to have to give up some land. I do think the Ukrainians are getting very, very tired of the fighting, and Zelensky is becoming less popular over time. So I think the Ukrainians are under more pressure to start negotiations than the Russians are, but we're still very, very far from that. Right now, we are in an escalatory environment, not a de-escalatory one.
What about India's potential role? I know India isn't involved or not supposed to be involved directly as far as the G7 talks on Ukraine are concerned. On the other hand, there's always been the sense that perhaps India, with its relationship with both Moscow and Kiev, might just have some sort of a say in ending this. Do you actually see that as being realistic? Do you think Prime Minister Modi has any chance at being a player towards ending this crisis?
He hasn't shown much interest. I mean, if you want to talk about countries that have relations with both, so far it's been the Turkish government that has been most useful in working with both the Russians and the Ukrainians, both in facilitating the Black Sea deal that allowed for food and fertilizer to get out of Ukraine and out of Russia, which of course helped the global south, including India, helped to reduce inflation. That was a big deal. Also, we've seen prisoner exchanges facilitated by Turkey, by Saudi Arabia, by a few other countries. The Indians have not really played a significant role. What India has done, of course, is they've been a strong voice in the global south for Ukrainian sovereignty. They have been calling for an end to the fighting when it was possible that the Russians were thinking about using a tactical nuclear weapon in the early days of this war. Prime Minister Modi was directly involved in telling Putin what a disaster this would be for the world, and along with Xi Jinping in China, trying to pressure the Russians to stop with all of those nuclear threats. There's been some success there. At the end of the day, the Russians are continuing to flex their muscles. You may have noticed that there were nuclear exercises that the Russians took just a few weeks ago. This is a very dangerous environment, of course, because we're talking about an escalating proxy war between NATO and the world's largest nuclear power. India does not want to see that, but India, of course, also has very strong economic interests in continuing to trade with Russia. That includes an awful lot of oil that is being imported by India from Russia at a discount. That is aligned with U.S. policy. The Biden administration is not angry about that. But I could see an environment, if this war continues to get worse, where the Indians would be pressured for some of the economic engagement they're continuing to have with Russia.
The G7 started out as being an economic grouping. Over a period of time, they've ended up talking about just about anything. But I think the economic dynamics changing is quite significant and interesting. Again, if we are to talk about India for a moment, India is now the world's 5th largest economy. As an economy, it's larger than the host Italy, France, and Canada as well. Do you believe that India being invited for the 11th time to G7 as an invitee also reflects India's greater or growing economic muscle on the world stage?
It's economic muscle, but of course it's not only that, it's also political and strategic alignment. India is not a part of Belt and Road. India's relations with China are very important economically. It's India's largest trade partner as of right now, but it is certainly not aligned strategically or militarily. And as India's relations with the U.S. and Japan continue to strengthen, as well as India tries to improve their relations with Europe and deepen that relationship to become more strategic, the interest of the G7 in aligning India, working closely with India, is only going to go up. Let's keep in mind that the G7 used to be the G7 plus one, and the plus one was Russia, not a large economy, but a country that the G7 hoped they'd be able to work
thrown
with
out in
partnership
2014,
over time.
yes.
Yeah, that's gone. And if there was a plus one to the G7 right now, the country would be India. There's no question about that.
Ian, the other big issue, of course, is the Gaza-Israel war right now. There has been talk about a move towards a ceasefire. We've heard it all before. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it's not. How do you expect this to come up in talks between all of these leaders?
It's only worked once and very briefly. And right now, the talks are not going well at all. Hamas has said no to the offer on the table. The Israeli Prime Minister privately, according to Biden, has said yes, but publicly has not. And of course, the war cabinet has fallen apart with Benny Gantz, or Netanyahu's erstwhile opponent, resigning just a few days ago. So we're very far from a negotiated settlement, even a temporary 6-week ceasefire at this point. Now, the big difference between the Russia question that you've been asking me about and the Middle East question is on Russia policy, the G7 is aligned. It's a multilateral policy. It's the G7, it's NATO, it's broader than that. Russia has made itself into a pariah state for the G7. There are coordinated economic, diplomatic, and security policies in trying to bring the Russians to heel on this war. When it comes to the Middle East, the United States is largely operating by itself. The U.S. has not been aligned with its allies on most of the key Security Council votes on the Middle East. The U.S. is providing an immense amount of defense support for Israel. The U.S. has decided to stop providing financial support for UNRWA on the ground, humanitarian support for the Palestinians. America's allies are continuing to do that. The U.S. is much more isolated and unilateralist in its policies on the Middle East, on Israel, on the Palestinians, than they are on Russia, Ukraine. And that is a very serious challenge for Biden internationally. It's a very serious challenge for Biden at home.
Ian, the relationship between Ottawa and New Delhi has plummeted, to new lows every few weeks now for the last while. And there are issues there which are unresolved. The reason I ask you about this is because Modi's over here, Trudeau's over here, and there has been speculation about a possible bilateral. Even if it's not a bilateral, a possible pull-aside. Given where the relationship is between two strong democracies, how important could this venue be for a breakthrough?
I hope it happens. In part, the relationship has gotten worse because before Indian elections, Modi was benefiting strongly inside India for taking a very hard line on Canada. This idea that we'll go after terrorists no matter where they are, and we'll do it again if we have to. That was a foreign policy that not only was lauded inside the BJP, but you'll remember leadership from the Congress Party supported Modi on this issue. So there was very little reason for him in an electoral cycle that, as we saw, he didn't perform so well in. Very little reason for him to bring this to an end. Now, He's now concluded his election. He's back in government with a cabinet that he has pretty strong control over. There's no reason for him now not to reach out to Trudeau. And I'd like to see them have a bilateral here. I certainly think the Canadians would welcome it. Again, depending on what Modi's willing to say. But a stabilization of this relationship would be good for everybody in the G7 and would be good for India. Having said that, Canada is going to have elections in 2025. Trudeau's own party is about 20 points behind the Conservative Party in Canada right now. It is very likely that Pierre Poilievre, who is ideologically more in tune with Modi than Trudeau is likely to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. So we should be paying attention to that too, and I'm sure that Modi is.
All right, Ian Bremer, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for running us through G7, what all it potentially holds, and of course the India story here as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Have a great summit. Good to talk to you.
India and Italy have a very important strategic relationship, high-tech, defense, the economy. But there's also an old historic equation between the two countries. Remember, 50,000 Indian soldiers played a key part in the liberation of Italy during the Second World War from their fascist rulers. That's something that's not been forgotten in this part of the world. Indians also make a very strong pitch in the economy of Italy. The Parma ham and cheese industry, for example, has a huge influence of Indians working over here. All that and a lot more are key aspects of what I discussed with India's ambassador to Rome. Well, I'm in the Puglia region of Italy, the southeast of Italy. In fact, not too far away from here is the site of the G7 meeting. It's here that several heads of state will be coming, including Prime Minister Modi, who flies in from New Delhi later on tonight. It's a very critical meeting, and it is in a country with which India has a long equation. We are delighted to have a very special guest with us. Ambassador Vadi Rao is India's ambassador to Rome. Thank you, ma'am, very much for being with us. First up, the significance of G7 and why is it important that we have Prime Minister Modi attend?
Thank you, Vishnu, and glad to address viewers of NDTV. The G7 is an important platform because it has as members the most important and industrialized countries in the world and some of our key global partners. And for the Prime Minister, it's an occasion to reiterate the importance we attach to multilateralism. It's a platform on which he will espouse his vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and also follow up on some of the outcomes of the G20 summit that he had chaired last year. And obviously, we are also voicing the aspirations and expectations of the global south on this platform.
And ma'am, that's interesting that you mentioned that because we are champions of the global south. We've just had a very successful G20 some time back. And there is a huge expectation that India brings with us that voice to this platform. Could you tell us a little bit more about how India is recognized as that leader of the global south?
So you will recall that in the G20 summit, we brought the focus back to some of the key global economic issues. And these range from food security to energy, the importance of sustainable development and the need for developing countries to receive both technology and funds to meet some of the climate targets. So we will be voicing these expectations again on the global platform. In addition to that, India has also led some of the initiatives which seek to implement our approach to these global issues. You know, for example, the International Solar Alliance, the CDRI, and the G20 summit, we had announced the Global Biofuels Alliance. So it would be, you know, not just voicing the aspirations of the global south, but also to lead some of these efforts to implement some of the initiatives that would actually make a difference to the developing countries.
So Africa, the Asia Pacific region, artificial intelligence and sustainability / sort of a green system of thinking and policy. That these are essential issues that we're also looking at, right?
Yes, correct. And the Italian presidency has also chosen to focus on some of these issues.
Right.
Prime Minister Meloni has increased her outreach with Africa in recent times. So you will see that Africa, artificial intelligence and energy will be on the agenda.
And ma'am, it's also an important occasion, isn't it, for India to have bilateral meetings. And of course, there'll be a bilateral with the Italian Prime Minister, but it's also a possible chance of bilaterals with other leaders as well.
That's right.
Is that something that we can look forward to?
Yes, definitely. The program is extremely compact, but it will give the Prime Minister an opportunity not only to participate in the G7 outreach session as a partner country, but also there are some important bilateral meetings in the program. And especially the meeting with Prime Minister Meloni is something that I am looking forward to.
We'll talk about that in a moment. But just one more question on G7. Ukraine is obviously a very key issue over here. The United States is possibly, President Biden might be coming out with some sort of a policy in terms of funding Ukraine. Be that as it may, is there a possibility of the advice of our Prime Minister being sought by international leaders? Because Ukraine is very much in conversation with this big peace summit a couple of days later in Switzerland.
Surely, in addition to some of the economic issues I mentioned, the current regional and global issues are on the agenda of the G7. And our positions on these issues are very well known, and the world leaders will surely engage with the Prime Minister on how we see the way forward in addressing these issues. And because we have good relations with many of the affected parties, his views would be taken on board.
Yeah. And let's talk about Italy. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is somebody who India knows very well. She was there for G20. She was there on a state visit earlier on as well. How important is it that you have two leaders who work well with each other drive this relationship?
It is a very important factor. You know, when the Prime Minister and his Italian counterpart have met 3 times already, and there is an excellent rapport. And when that happens, you know, it sends a signal to the two governments, to the industry and several other stakeholders that India attaches importance to Italy and vice versa.
Right.
And it is also, every meeting of the two prime ministers gives new boost and momentum to the ongoing bilateral cooperation. For example, the last 2 times they met, we elevated the relationship to a strategic partnership. So the top leaders engaging with each other, it also percolates down to the ministers having regular meetings, the institutionalized dialogue mechanisms meeting more regularly, and basically trying to add depth to what we are doing across domains. So it is very important, and we are very excited to see what the two leaders will discuss tomorrow.
Ma'am, trade between India and Italy is higher now than it has been in the past. I mean, it's a real talking point, the economic relationship.
Yes.
And you've got several Indian companies which have invested in Italy in all sorts of sectors, IT to pharma to several other areas as well. So how is this an important part of your engagement?
So, you know, as an embassy, we pursue cooperation in all domains, and the trade and investment part of the bilateral agenda is very critical. This is an area where, you know, we want to broaden the interaction. We want to enable more manufacturing efforts by Italian companies in India. We want to enable investments in India, startups, the wide entire range. You know, it will also help us get more inroads into the European market.
Right.
You know, Italian companies are very well known. They have highly industrialized companies, capabilities in automobiles, food processing, agriculture. So it's a win-win relationship. If the companies connect with each other, we will play the role of a facilitator.
Right. And ma'am, the strategic part of the relationship also implies a defense relationship at many levels. How is that something that's progressing?
So the defense cooperation is something that is poised to grow. Interestingly, the Indian personnel, military personnel, played a very key role here in the Second World War. We had several thousands of them here, and you would be surprised to know that out of the 20 Victoria Crosses awarded to the Italian army in the after the World War, 6 of them were to Indian soldiers.
Yes.
So there is a historical connection also between the two countries in the defense area. My mandate here, we are broadening the defense cooperation. Raksha Mantri came here last year. We are looking at an institutionalized dialogue between the two ministries of defense. And that will be a good platform to see how we engage in terms of service to service interaction, the two armies, navies, air force, speaking to each other more often. Maritime cooperation is already there. We are very happy to see that the Italian government is focusing on the Indo-Pacific. They have, they have a wider Mediterranean strategy.
Yeah.
And our Indo-Pacific and their wider Mediterranean, they intersect at the eastern shore of Africa, parts of Africa. So it is good for us. They are sending some of their naval ships to India to and the Indian Ocean region, in fact, as part of their increased presence in the Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific region. Italian companies in the defense and security domain have excellent capabilities across the spectrum. Presently, the defense trade is mainly procurement based on both sides. So that's something we are looking at, whether we can invest in more co-production ventures.
Sure.
We are trying to connect the industries on both sides.
You've touched a chord because for me the role of Indian soldiers in the Second World War is something which I've done a lot of work on. I've had the opportunity of traveling the length and breadth of India, traveling to places like Monte Cassino and pulling out footage which was there in our archives to put together the stories. And I think one of the most wonderful aspects of this is the respect that exists over generations for Indians in any number of war memorials and and plaques and busts in different parts. It's a wonderful part of the relationship people don't talk about or know about enough, I suspect.
Completely. It's something that we are also trying to highlight in our own interactions here. When Raksha Mantri came here last year, he attended a ceremony where the local authorities set up a memorial for the Indian soldiers who had participated in the campaign there. So these connections are very important. Because you see, after all, a relationship is about building ties between the people. And once you do that, my work becomes easy.
Sure.
And the Italians love India, Indian culture.
Sure.
So the more the stakeholders and the levels of connect between the two countries, I think there's more sustainable it is in the long term.
One or two more questions. And again, something that's not spoken about enough is that the Parma ham and cheese industry has an incredible India connect.
Yes.
Where you've got generations of people, primarily from the Punjab, coming in, who are now so trusted and who are virtually members of the families which are involved in this, that they've got age-old, time-tested recipes which are now being shared with them so that they can actually, make this one of the great Italian success stories.
Yes.
So Indian people or people of Indian origin doing wonderfully well in something which is completely Italian.
Yes.
Their cheese industry.
True, it is a very unique aspect. And the Indian diaspora from Punjab has really made a big contribution not only to the dairy industry but also to the agriculture sector. In fact, in many kiwi farms here, you will find many persons from Punjab working.
Right.
So it is an aspect of the relationship which is again very important and connects the two countries. Here we are also trying to diversify the profile of the Indian population.
Right.
Not many professionals are working here in Italy. We have students, but it is very small, the number is small, below 6,000-7,000. So
but there are 2 lakh Indians.
There are 2 lakh Indians.
Second after what? The Netherlands, am I right?
Correct, yeah.
In the European Union.
Correct.
Yeah.
So most of them are in the agriculture and dairy sector.
Right.
So last year we agreed to facilitate migration and mobility of some more categories of people, which I'm sure is going to be mutually beneficial for us.
And ma'am, one final question. There was this rather unfortunate situation which happened in Brindisi where there was a bust, I believe, under construction of Gandhiji, which was defaced. Is there a threat of Khalistani separatism in Italy? I don't know if the word threat is right, but is there this widespread sentiment over here among some people of this? Because that represents a huge challenge, obviously, for us.
Yes. So, you know, the Indian population here is very well settled and integrated. And overall, they've made a very positive contribution to this country. You mentioned, you know, how well they have done in the dairy sector. But, you know, as it happens everywhere, there are some elements which are misguided and which are susceptible to propaganda and, you know, narratives which are very misguided.
Right.
So this incident took place, but I must say the local authorities immediately acted. We've also requested them to take prompt action against those you know, who did this act. Again, it brings me to one more historical fact. You know, the Brindisi was chosen as a location because Mahatma Gandhi transited through Brindisi in 1931.
I see.
Yeah, when he participated in the Round Table Conference in Switzerland. He came to Brindisi and he boarded a steamer from there to Mumbai. So that's why, you know, the bust is, you know, being installed there.
Right.
It's not yet ready, but whenever, you know, we will have it unveiled.
Wonderful speaking to you, ma'am. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Vishnu. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, India's ambassador to Rome telling us about the relationship, the G7 process as well. It's an important developing strategic relationship across so many facets, but perhaps that human connect is what underlines or is the bedrock, I would suggest, of what it's all about. Well, we're completely out of time on this very special broadcast from Bari in Italy. Tomorrow is going to be an absolutely key day as far as India is concerned here in the G7 process. With camera person Rakesh Singh, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments, you know, just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, you know, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me.
Now the latest on the NEET controversy, the medical entrance exam. The Supreme Court today accepted the centre's decision to scrap the controversial grace marks which were awarded to over 1,500 students who will now be given the option to appear for a re-exam. The Education Minister denied there was any paper leak, but the Congress is demanding a judicial probe and for the NTA chief, that's the National Testing Agency chief, to be sacked.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, the Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है, तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government's statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from NEET, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy NEET results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
The heat wave is back in the national capital as there's no end to the water crisis and the political blame game is continuing. The AAP government has said that water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side of the key canal that provides water from Haryana to Delhi, and that extra water from Himachal is not being provided. The BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures as the Himachal government did a U-turn in the Supreme Court saying there is no extra water for Delhi.
A day of U-turns and more blame games as Delhi battles a harsh summer and a water crisis. In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiraling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh today said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital, a day after the hill state said it had released water for Delhi. This, as yet another round of blame game took place between Delhi's AAP government and the BJP. In an affidavit to the Supreme Court, the Delhi government blamed Haryana again for the water crisis, saying that water theft via tanker mafias was happening on the Haryana side of the crucial Munnak Canal that supplies water to Delhi. The BJP hit back, saying AAP was not interested in solving the problem.
The Aam Aadmi Party Kejriwal government has absolutely no intention of curing this crisis in Delhi. This is not a natural crisis. This is a crisis which has been created and orchestrated by the Aam Aadmi Party only to ensure there is corruption, to fill up their deep pockets, as well as to ensure that the tanker mafia continues to operate in Delhi.
हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस दोनों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंडर आते हैं. अगर वो इन टैंकरों से पानी भरना रोकना चाहते हैं तो वो आज रोक सकते हैं, लेकिन वो राजनीति कर रहे हैं.
After NDTV exposed this water theft at Munnak Canal, the Delhi government has stepped up patrolling along the canal route. But a visit to this crucial water pipeline in another part of Delhi exposed the AAP government's claims of clamping down yet again. NDTV cameras captured water being wasted due to multiple leakages.
We are reporting from Nizamuddin, where you can see that this is the pipeline where there is a leakage that is happening. We are showing you the visuals and you can see the amount of water that is being wasted. This is the drinking water that is being wasted and the amount, the liters and liters of water that is being wasted here. And this is just one point of leakage on this pipeline. We are showing you that there is another point of leakage on this entire pipeline that you can see, and there are yet another. So there are 3 points of leakage that we are seeing currently here on this pipeline.
Despite all the attention around Delhi's water crisis, the big question, will things get better? With Ishika Verma, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today reviewed the situation in Jammu and Kashmir with the NSA and other officials focusing on security and counter-terror efforts. This is after there have been 4 terror attacks in 4 days, starting with the day the Prime Minister was sworn in. Now, the Prime Minister discussed the deployment of security forces with the Home Minister and assessed the local administration's efforts with Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha.
Terror has found a new address in Jammu and Kashmir, that is the south of Pir Panjal. Earlier, terror used to strike in north of Pir Panjal, whether it's Kulgam, Shopian or Pulwama. These were considered as the hotbeds of militancy. But in last 4 days, we have seen 4 big incidents being reported from Jammu region, Riasi, Katwa or the third is Doda. 2 incidents took place in Doda, stating that how the terrorists are striking at will. Investigations so far have revealed that the terror attacks have taken place. These are all done by fresh infiltrators who have just, infiltrated from across the border. As far as the intelligence agencies suggest, they say that a group of about 12 infiltrators crossed over from Pakistan and they are responsible for these attacks. 2 have been gunned down, but search operations continue in that region. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting here in Delhi, which was attended by senior officers and also included the National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval. After the meeting, it was decided that full spectrum of counter-terror capabilities would be enhanced in this region. Interestingly, after these incidents were reported, first 3 incidents were reported, a urgent meeting of Unified Command was called in Srinagar, which was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha. After that, a security audit was done of the entire region and gaps are being filled by security agency so that, you know, the level of infiltrations can come down. Interestingly, the army has maintained that no infiltration took place last year. You know, the fact that this year infiltration has again gone up so high, this is again going to be a question which has to be answered by army very soon. When we spoke to experts or when we spoke to senior officers, they say in this area forces were thinned down in last couple of years because this area had become relatively peaceful. No incident was being reported, and that is why the forces were pulled out from this region. In fact, after Galwan also, the entire division was pulled out from that region. Maybe that's the reason why now the terrorists have consolidated their bases there, because this area is densely forested. They also take shelter in natural caves which are there in the upper region. So many difficulties are also there as far as security forces are concerned to carry out an operation in that region.
Now, with the focus in the Modi 3.0 government on continuity, Ajit Doval has been reappointed as the National Security Advisor and P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister with effect from the 10th is what the government announced today. In statements announcing the appointments, the government said they will be coterminous with the term of the Prime Minister or until further orders, whichever is earlier.
Taking forward the continuity mantra, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appointed National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval for a third term. He has also appointed P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary. Both have been given cabinet rank and their tenure would run as coterminous with the government. As far as Mr. Doval is concerned, he has extensive experience in intelligence and strategic affairs. Doval also in fact plays a key role in formulating and implementing policies. Under his leadership in National Security Council, a key government always relies on them for inputs when they have to decide or take a very important decision regarding domestic and foreign policies or what stand the government would take on any issue. As far as Mr. P.K. Mishra is concerned, he is a 1972 batch Gujarat cadre officer. He handles bureaucracy and has one-on-one relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has been working with Prime Minister Narendra Modi since the time he has retired. He was earlier posted as additional Principal Secretary to Prime Minister during his term in 2014 and 18. He has also been given cabinet rank. Apart from them, Amit Khare and Tarun Kapoor also have been appointed as advisors to the Prime Minister.
TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu took charge today as the new aviation minister. He's the youngest minister in Modi 3.0 government, and high airfares are on his radar. He said that he will work to increase ease of travel and comfort for passengers and wants to make air travel in fact within the reach of the common man.
Definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices, but like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man, and it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, इसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप। और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड। क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था। बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर।
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi is en route to Italy as a special invitee for the G7 summit. As world leaders are set to discuss the world economy and war in Gaza and Ukraine, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold key bilaterals. Supreme Court orders grace marks to over 1,500 students be cancelled and a re-exam to be conducted for them. Government says matter has been resolved. No paper leak took place, while Congress demands a judicial probe and the sacking of the NTA chief. As Delhi water crisis continues, blame game spirals. The Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi says water pilferage is taking place in Haryana. The BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures. With 4 terror attacks in 4 days in Jammu, PM Modi reviews security situation with the NSA and other officials, tells officials to use full counter-terror capabilities. High airfares on new aviation minister's radar. TDP Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that he will keep a check on the airfares and wants air travel to reach the common man. As Chandrababu Naidu takes charge as Andhra Chief Minister for a 4th time, Amravati land prices spike. Naidu 4.0 also promises fresh focus on the new capital. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We have some breaking news now coming in. The NTA has moved the top court seeking transfer of all petitions filed in different high courts to the Supreme Court in the NEET issue. Well, the NTA has filed the transfer petition in the top court. We are learning the Supreme Court is expected to hear the petitions on June 14th. Well, this comes right after the Supreme Court had today cancelled the grace marks awarded to over 1,500 students in the NEET exam. These students have been asked to take a retest or their grace marks, of course, stand cancelled at this point in time. What we are learning at the moment is that the petitions that have been filed in different high courts now are to be transferred to the Supreme Court. The NTA has sought transfer of these petitions to the Supreme Court. Well, the Supreme Court had accepted the centre's decision to scrap the controversial grace marks awarded to over 1,500 students today, who will now be given the option to appear for a re-exam. The Education Minister has denied that there was any paper leak, but the Congress has demanded a judicial probe and for the NTA chief to be sacked. Take a look at this report.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, the Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? कोई एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है, तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, और कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा, और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from NEET, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy NEET results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Well, the opposition is expected to raise the NEET issue in Parliament. Both Congress and the DMK have said they are going to take up the issue in the upcoming session of the Parliament. Listen in.
You addressed a press conference today in which you said that the way in which the government is addressing the NEET issue is insensitive and irresponsible. Now, the government actually put in place a committee, a high-level committee which probed this issue. Many people would also say that there has been an option of retest that has been given to students. Why would you say that this approach would be insensitive and irresponsible?
What form of inquiry has the government done before they gave a clean chit to itself? What kind of independent inquiry was done? Because the inquiry was done by the NTA, the very same body which has completely misled 24 lakh students who have given up valuable years of the youth to prepare for this all-important NEET exam. There has been lakhs of money which has traded hands. There have been a nexus of exam centers, coaching centers, and definitely officials in the NTA who have leaked these questions. And the education minister, having taken oath only a few days ago, has given them a clean chit. I want to know how many parents has he met? How many students has he met? What cognizance has he taken of the issue? What are the findings that this committee has got, and can they make it public? So they are trying to shoot and scoot. They're trying to avoid this issue. I'm glad Rahul Gandhi ji and the Congress party has taken up the issue of NEET exam, because this affects 24 lakh students. It affects the future of the Indian medical fraternity and the lives of our young people, the hard-earned money of their parents, the mental anxiety of these young students cannot be trifled with. And therefore the Congress party demands that we want a Supreme Court monitor investigation, because this government is not serious about the lives of these students. The Prime Minister gives examination-related advice on the eve of board examinations. Where is he? Why is he quiet? So we felt that this is an important issue. This issue will resonate the chambers of the Parliament when the session convenes in a few weeks from now.
Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, so with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Will you be raising this in the upcoming Parliament session as well?
Definitely we will be raising it. We have been raising it many times, and we will be raising it, and we will be insisting that justice to be done.
You are now the head of parliamentary party of the DMK. You'll be leading them in the Lok Sabha. Is that some issue? Is that an issue which will bring various political parties in opposition together, the India bloc together, in demanding that it should be scrapped altogether, that these examinations should be done away with? Mere corrections is not good enough. Fixing is not good enough.
In Tamil Nadu, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu, of course, except the BJP, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu are, even the partners who are NDA partners, alliance partners, are insisting that NEET has to be done away with and Tamil Nadu has to be exempted from it.
All right, we'll continue to track the developments on that very big story that we are tracking, and we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news now. Prime Minister Modi has left for Italy to attend a summit of Group of 7, which is likely to be dominated by Ukraine and Gaza ceasefire talks. India, which has been invited to the G7 summit as an outreach country, has defense and maritime cooperation on its agenda. PM Modi will meet US President Joe Biden and is also expected to hold a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and other leaders to review the bilateral ties. NDTV's Vishnu is in Italy and is tracking the developments on the ground. All right, we have some more news now that we are tracking. The heat wave is back in Delhi as there is no end to the water crisis. The political blame game continues. Well, the AAP government says that water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side and extra water is not being provided, while the BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures as the Himachal government has done a U-turn in the Supreme Court, saying that no extra water will be available for Delhi.
A day of U-turns and more blame games as Delhi battles a harsh summer and a water crisis. In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiraling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh today said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital, a day after the hill state said it had released water for Delhi. This, as yet another round of blame game took place between Delhi's AAP government and the BJP. In an affidavit to the Supreme Court, the Delhi government blamed Haryana again for the water crisis, saying that water theft via tanker mafias was happening on the Haryana side of the crucial Munnak Canal that supplies water to Delhi. The BJP hit back, saying AAP was not interested in solving the problem.
The Aam Aadmi Party Kejriwal government has absolutely no intention of curing this crisis in Delhi. This is not a natural crisis. This is a crisis which has been created and orchestrated by the Aam Aadmi Party only to ensure there is corruption, to fill up their deep pockets, as well as to ensure that the tanker mafia continues to operate in Delhi.
हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस दोनों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंडर आते हैं। अगर वो इन टैंकरों से पानी भरना रोकना चाहते हैं तो वो आज रोक सकते हैं, लेकिन वो राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
After NDTV exposed this water theft at Munnak Canal, the Delhi government has stepped up patrolling along the canal route. But a visit to this crucial water pipeline in another part of Delhi exposed the AAP government's claims of clamping down yet again. NDTV cameras captured water being wasted due to multiple leakages.
We are reporting from Nizamuddin, where you can see that this is a pipeline where there is a leakage that is happening. We are showing you the visuals and you can see the amount of water that is being wasted. This is the drinking water that is being wasted and the amount, the liters and liters of water that is being wasted here. And this is just one point of leakage on this pipeline. We are showing you that there is another point of leakage on this entire pipeline that you can see, and there are yet another. So there are 3 points of leakage that we are seeing currently here on this pipeline.
Despite all the attention around Delhi's water crisis, the big question, will things get better? With Ishika Verma, Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, Prime Minister Modi also reviewed the situation in Jammu Kashmir with the NSA and other officials focusing on security and counter-terror efforts. He's discussed the deployment of security forces with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and assessed the local administration's efforts with Jammu Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha. Listen in to what the Jammu Kashmir DGP had to say.
Security challenge है, हम इसको इनकार नहीं करते हैं। टेररिस्ट हमारे सामने खड़े हो जाते हैं बंदूक लेकर मरने के लिए और मारने के लिए, तो हम भी अपने हिसाब से इसको तैयारी कर रहे हैं। हम अपना सारे रिसोर्सेज को मैप कर रहे हैं और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसकी मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। और वो बहुत ज़्यादा तादाद में नहीं है, पर यह है कि वो कानून के बाहर है और उनका कोई आगे पीछे नहीं है, इसलिए उनकी नुकसान करने की क्षमता जरूरत से ज़्यादा दिखती है। अब ये गिन गिन के एक एक करके इनको मुंह करारा जवाब देंगे, चुन चुन कर, एक एक कर। हम ज्यादा तो तादाद नहीं है, हम इनको मार गिराएंगे। हम एक माहौल जो बन रहा है उस माहौल को हम बिगाड़ेंगे। जब उनके पास यहाँ के लोग नहीं मिलते हैं तो वहाँ के अपने लोगों को उसमें डाल रहे हैं। हाँ, यहाँ बीच में जैसे मैंने कहीं और भी कहा था कि एनिमी एजेंट्स पैसों के लिए बिकते हैं, नारकोटिक्स के लिए बिकते हैं, और वो उनके मदद करने में बीच बीच में जरूर हैं, और उनका निशानदेही हुई है और आगे होगा। और खासकर उन लोगों को हम खबरदार कर रहे हैं कि वो तो मरेंगे, उनका कोई आगे पीछे नहीं है, उनके बाल बच्चों को छोड़ के वो है भी कि नहीं हमें पता नहीं है, जलों से उठा के ला रहे हैं, किसको ला रहे हैं। यहाँ के लोग जो उनको सपोर्ट करने के लिए बीच बीच में कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा पछताएंगे, क्योंकि उनके घर वाले, उनका स्टेक यहाँ पे, उनकी जमीन है, उनकी जायदाद है, उनकी नौकरी है, उनकी बगीचे हैं, तो वो इसमें देश के विरुद्ध अगर कोई इस तरीके से काम करेगा बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान उठाएगा।
All right. With that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप
Welcome back after the break. 4 Uttarakhand Forest Department staffers have died and 4 others were injured when the team was caught up in a raging forest fire in Almora district's Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary. Authorities have said that the 4 people died when they were trying to douse the fire. That is the latest coming in. At the moment, we also have Kishore Rawat joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on the situation on the ground. Kishore, what more can you tell us? This is quite unfortunate. We are learning 4 Uttarakhand Forest Department staffers have died while they were trying to douse the fire. Could there be more casualties?
फिलहाल अभी 4 लोगों की ही मौत की खबर है, जिसमें 3 फॉरेस्ट के कर्मचारी और एक पीआरडी का कर्मचारी है. इसके अलावा जो 4 लोग घायल हुए हैं वो भी उसमें 3 फॉरेस्ट के और एक पीआरडी का कर्मचारी है. दरअसल अल्मोड़ा जिले के जो बिनसर वन्यजीव सेंचुरी है, वहां पे इनको सूचना मिली थी कि उस जगह पे जंगल में आग लगी हुई है, तो उसको बुझाने के लिए 8 लोग गए थे. जैसे वहां पहुंचते तो आग काफी तेज थी, भड़क गई और इसमें ये लोगों को मौका नहीं मिल पाया, जिसमें 4 लोगों की वहीं पे मौत हो गई और 4 लोग जो घायल हो गए उनको हल्द्वानी के सुशीला तिवारी हॉस्पिटल में रेफर किया है. और मुख्यमंत्री ने निर्देश दिया है कि इनको एयरलिफ्ट कर ऋषिकेश एम्स लाया जाए और वहां पे इनका इलाज किया जाएगा. इसके अलावा जो फॉरेस्ट की जीप थी, उस सूचना जो मिल रही है वो भी आग की चपेट में आ गई और वो भी जल गई. तो ये दुखद घटना है और अब तक उत्तराखंड में अगर बात करें तो इन 4 लोगों की मौत के साथ 9 लोगों की मौत फॉरेस्ट फायर में हो चुकी है और पिछले 24 घंटों में फिलहाल 8 जगहों पे उत्तराखंड में फॉरेस्ट फायर की घटनाएं हुई है.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Kishore, for getting us all those details there. Situation continues to be serious and that is the latest we're picking at the moment. We'll continue to track the situation on the ground. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking at the moment. In the Kuwait fire, 40 Indian lives were snuffed out. 40 people had died while more than 50 Indians were injured. This fire had broken out at a residential building in southern Kuwait that housed 195 Indian workers. The deceased Indians are from Tamil Nadu and Kerala, we are learning. Well, the government has said that the bodies were charred beyond recognition and 21 from Kerala had died in the fire. There were people from Tamil Nadu as well, and their mortal remains are being brought back.
A shattered family in Kerala's Punalur mourning the death of their son Sergeant George. With an M.Tech degree, he had moved to Kuwait only last month with big dreams. He was one among the 40 Indians charred to death in the terrible fire tragedy in Kuwait on Wednesday. In another part of the district, families are heartbroken over the death of Lucas. He's been working in Kuwait for 18 years. He left behind his wife and 2 children. Samir was scheduled to return home soon to his wife he had married just 9 months ago. Workers, mostly Indians from Kerala and Tamil Nadu, were fast asleep early in the morning when the fire broke out. Some jumped for safety as the inferno that started in the kitchen spread to the top floors with cylinders exploding. An investigation is underway.
The state government of Kerala has announced 5 lakhs along with the Norca board vice chairperson Shri Yusuf Ali has announced 5 lakhs along with the Norca board director Shri Ravi Pillai has announced 2 lakhs Total of 12 lakhs have been announced as immediate compensation to the families of the deceased, and another 1 lakh has been announced as compensation by the state government to the injured.
அவங்கள அடையாளம் கண்ட பிறகு அந்த உடலை பொறுப்போடு அந்த யாருடைய உரிமைதாரரோ அவரிடத்தில் ஒப்படைக்கின்ற பணியும் அவர்களுக்கு தேவையான நிவாரணமும் கேட்டு பெற்று தர வேண்டியது தமிழக அரசினுடைய கடமை.
Many are being treated for injuries. Identifying the charred remains is a challenge. DNA testing would be done. The centre deployed Union Minister of State for External Affairs Kirti Vardhan Singh to Kuwait to oversee rescue and repatriation. An Air Force plane is on standby to bring the mortal remains back. As India emerges to be a key human resource provider globally, the Kuwait fire tragedy underscores yet again the unsafe conditions Indian workers often live in the Middle East, a key issue to work on and fix for the new government. With SP Babu in Kerala, in Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Welcome to Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV. Over the last few months, we've spoken about issues around accessibility and inclusion for people with disabilities. issues that have ranged from inclusive education and universal infrastructure design to mental health and the portrayal of disabilities in popular culture. Today, we talk about technology and how its proper application is an important driver for promoting inclusion. Assistive technology has the power to break down barriers and provide equitable opportunities for everyone. To talk about the transformative potential of technology in empowering individuals and advancing disability rights, joining us today we have Sayomne Mukherjee, also known as Den. Den is the head of innovation at Enable India. He also works on assistive solutions. He's an award-winning actor, award-winning radio jockey and an author. Joining us is also Shilpi Kapoor, founder and CEO Barrier Break, an organization focused on accessibility and assistive technology. Shilpi is a well-known advocate for inclusive design and digital accessibility. We have with us Professor P.V. Madhusudan Rao, Professor and Dean IIT Delhi and founder Assistech Lab IIT Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. To begin with, then there's been a lot of positive change when it comes to disability and inclusion over the years. Have these changes come to technology yet? Is technology, whether it's physical devices or online spaces, being designed to be inclusive or not yet?
Technology started not now. Technology started years back. I still remember that I used my first computer in my school in Kolkata in 1990. And that was the auto-scanning software. Auto-scanning means that one guiding light would go and you need to click on that to make sure that writing happens. So technology has evolved. So during that time it was West-centric. Now it is becoming India-centric. And that is the key change in the ecosystem that is happening now.
So the change is happening?
Obviously, positive.
Positive change. Yeah.
And positive change comes with lots of hard work. And last 3 decades has been a tremendous 3 decades of change in the disability sector.
Very good to hear that. In fact, we have Shilpi, we have Professor Rao. Professor Rao, you're the founder of the Assistech Lab in IIT Delhi. And you've mentored so many assistive device startups, let me put it that way. If I can ask you, well, these assistive devices not just help people with disabilities, how much does it empower them?
I think it empowers a lot. If you really look at one of the key things for people with disabilities is an employment. And employment actually requires education, and mobility is a precursor to education. So if you look at all these 3 aspects, whether it's employment, education or a mobility, assistive technologies have done a really great job.
Okay.
So it empowers almost in every walk of life. The idea is that when we look at technology as particularly, we look at assistive technology sitting between somebody who is considered as economically and socially dependent to somebody who is economically and socially prosperous. So assistive technology sits between the two.
Okay, so since you've said, how it empowers, and you also got the economic aspect, Shilpi, I want to ask you here, Barrier Break works to make the digital landscape, accessible and enabling. Professor Rao also just spoke about the economic aspect. Beyond inclusion, accessibility, there is also this economic benefit. Can you tell us how and what the connection is?
So firstly, I'm just going to, take on from where Professor Rao started.
Sure.
So on an accessibility perspective in assistive technology, a lot of us don't realize that there is assistive technology in our hands already there. It's already in our phones, it's already in our computers, right? And then it gets extended with additional assistive technology that you might require. So when you think about the economics of it, right? If every person with disability in the country would go out and shop, right? Just imagine the economy of scale out there, right? Just look at the economics of what we're working with.
Yeah.
And that truly is where accessibility starts to kick in. Right? Because today we are living in a digital economy. Yeah. We're living in an economy where every one of us is shopping in our hand, listening to news on the hand, entertainment, education, everything is at the touch of a button today. Now, if every one of these tech providers would start considering inclusion at the start, then all of this amazing assistive technology that's being created will actually be able to integrate with mainstream technology, and the economies of scale will be, amazing.
Yeah.
I think what we really need to do is we need to look at people with disabilities as, a part of our economy, a part of our population. Very often we look at it as charity, whereas if we start looking at them as how can they become our customers, how can they add value and add to our business value, you'll start to see a shift.
Yeah, and I also, like we spoke, it'll also empower them. I think the whole
100%.
The perspective from charity, has to change. Yes.
And just think about a simple thing, right? You and I can book our taxi, right? Now, tomorrow, if every person with a disability does not have to ask somebody else to book a taxi for them, right? That is empowerment at another level, right? So take away that dependence and give them that independence, and that I think is the true power of technology and its independence that it can provide.
So I think the integration, I think that's very well put. That's very important with mainstream technology. Den, Enable India is a pioneering organization which has been working for the last 25 years. You work at the grassroots